And a very good evening. How are we doing tonight? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone getting on? Going to start with the usual questions. What is new, what is different, what is the same, and how is everybody getting on tonight? I see a wind blow out there. Somebody beat them to the first. No, they didn't. You could have had it if you were there. Apparently you were not, but you could have done. I see Seamus snagging it though. How you doing, Seamus? Good to see you as well. Snake thing. Great to see you, Llewellyn. How you doing? Blue is adamant he will get it next time. One day. Vigo, welcome on in. Good to see you, buddy. How's everything going? Drinks and bells at the ready. Gotta love it. Tack, welcome on in. Good to see you. Says this is going to be epic. We'll see. Now see, Llewellyn, you've got one mistake there. You're assuming I'm going to do something wrong. That is a very bold assumption. A very bold assumption indeed. The Snake, I just got done watching Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Premiere show for the channel package you watch F1 on. Very, very nice. I'm hearing talk about bells. I have no idea what these bells are or where these bells are. Snake is going for the barrels though. Alienware Discord. I'll have to look at that in about 4 hours' time. Because I'm not going to be able to see it right now. If that could just stop shaking about, that would be great. You have video? Ooh, crikey. That is pushing the boat out of it. Now normally at this point you get a lovely slow fade, everything would disappear right down into oblivion, but that's not going to happen tonight. In fact, I think we're going to keep things right about where they are. We're doing things a little bit differently, as some of you may know, and some of you may be about to find out. I am going to push the magic button though. And if everything works according to plan, you will not see your usual view. You will not see a game. Let's push it, let's see what happens. That's right, you've got a workshop instead. You've got a workshop. Headshot. With a very big, very shiny thing. Matty Bees, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. I believe I know that person. With the Alienware hat. With 2 Alienware hats. We'll start with the hat, actually. This is the brand new First Contact Team hat. Which if you buy one of these Alienware Area-51 machines, and you're in the US or Canada, you can head to a certain website, you can request one of these hats. Probably going to be slightly less mucky than this one. This is a working workshop after all. This is much, much older Alienware hat. It's been around a while. Again, the camera kind of overexposes everything, so things look a lot grubbier than they actually are. And that's me catching my microphone on the camera. Don't do that, that's not a professional way to run a stream. It's not the way to do it. As you guys know, we also do love our coffee here on this stream. We love our coffee. And Alienware, they stepped up to the mark. This thing holds 3 mugs of coffee. And right now it has inside it 3 mugs of coffee. And a shiny alien head. Someone sponsor me with coffee. It has coffee in it. I will be slurping on the coffee tonight. I'm going to need some. And of course, there's also a giant mouse pad. Can't fit that on the screen. It's a little bit too big. Lovely. But my favourite bit of the new First Contact kit that you can pick up if you buy one of these machines is this little box here. And again, it looks awful because of the lighting in the camera. But this little magic box. Yeah, that's right. It's a full screwdriver set. Everything you could possibly need to take apart a machine. And we're going to be using it tonight. We're going to be testing it out on this beast tonight. I got yelled at last time I did one of these teardowns. I used a screwdriver from another gaming brand. I got told, you can't do that this time. So I said, okay, well, if I had an Alienware screwdriver, I'd be able to do that. And magically, a few months later, an Alienware screwdriver appeared. And then appeared with me. What can I say? The guys listen. Who yelled at me? Your walking legal disclaimer, who wasn't very happy that there was a competitor's brand screwdriver on display. Yep, First Contact kit. If you're in the US or Canada and you buy one of the new laptops or desktops, you can claim one of these kits. And we will be using this screwdriver tonight. This is going to be our primary tool for dismantling. But that's not what you guys are here for. You're not here to see the screwdriver. As cool as the screwdriver is, let's be honest. Will that be coming to the UK? I have no idea. You'll have to ask Mr. Pylon very nicely, and I don't know what his answer will be. There's one other thing I'm going to show you before we start taking this stuff apart, because nobody knows about these. When you buy one of these machines, in the box, you will find one of these with it. Do not leave it in the box. Do not chuck it out. This is possibly the second most important thing you will find in the box when you buy one of these PCs. This is your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antenna. And if you don't plug this in, your Bluetooth signal will be rubbish, your controller won't work properly, your Wi-Fi will fall over all the time. Do not throw this away. Plug it into your PC, please. Otherwise I will grumble at you. Because you'll say to me, hey, why is my Wi-Fi rubbish? And I'll say, did you plug in the antenna box? And you'll say, no. And I'll say, well, there's your answer then. Do not throw away your antenna box. Really important. I'm going to move it to the side, because we're not turning this thing on now. And Tack's loving the look of this. Well, if you're loving the look of what you see here, I think the next thing we've got to do is we've got to take a look around it, because this thing is massive. And I mean absolutely massive. And if I just turn it around like that, you can see just how tall this thing is. That's an entire DJ arm span. And to get to the back of it. It's so big it's even knocked one of my lights out of position.
Killing spree.
Vigo. Throwing out that sub. Who did you get that one onto? That landed onto NGLC Cat. Thank you so much for that.
Headshot.
And I see an AW John. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for that follow. How are you doing tonight? I will not say what John does, but all I will say is he is royalty. We're lucky to have him here. Jimmy, welcome on in as well. Good to see you. And Mr. Homer, how are you doing? By the way, AW John is not Pylon. much to Pylon's disgust. Stranded, welcome on in. What have you missed? I showed off the first contact kit, so the new hat, the new screwdriver, and my excessively large coffee mug. Holds 3 cups of coffee. Will not have 3 cups of coffee in it by the end of the night. It will have no coffee in it by the end of the night, but right now it has coffee in it. And we're just taking a look around this thing. So this is the backside. This is the least pretty side of the machine, arguably speaking. Then we come to what other people would call the back. And Vigo will be very pleased to see I've stuck tape over the service tag labels. Both of them. He'll be very pleased to see that I've stuck tape over the service tag labels, because otherwise I'll get yelled at. And then bringing it round. I'm not going to bring it all the way around because there will be a heck of a lot of glare. I mean, you can already see reflections of everything off that side. So we're not going to do that any further at the moment. What we are going to do, though, is we're going to start taking this thing apart, because that's why we're all here, right? We're all here to take this thing apart. Now, first things first, you've got these magic buttons here. They do nothing yet. You can't see too well because of the light. That might be a bit better. You can see there's a little notch there and there's a little marking next to it. Why do I stick tape in the what? So the service tags are unique serial numbers. Those serial numbers are linked to the owner, not licked. There's no licking going on here. They are linked to the owner. They can be used for a lot of things, including if you need support on your machine. You contact Dell, you give them your service tag, they know exactly what machine you've got, what spec it is, and everything, and who you are, and where you live. You don't want other people getting that information, so you keep your tag private, which is why I've taped over mine. Yeah, no licking involved. But these buttons are the release buttons. You can see they are doing precisely nothing. You can see my entire desk is shaking as I prod on them. Pokestar, welcome on in. Good to see you. You can't push this button until you twist this dial, but you can't twist this dial either. Now, people are going to be looking at this and going, why can't you twist the dial? Well, because what Alienware do for shipping is they like to protect these machines so they don't fall apart in transit and things don't end up getting wonky or broken. So the screw I'm about to take out now does not need to go back in. It will for me, but once you own your machine and you've got it there, you don't need to put it back in. It's this one right up here. If you don't undo this screw, you will not be able to turn the little knob above it. If you can't turn the knob, you can't open the side panels. So that screw comes out, and as with everything we take out of these machines, it's going to be carefully placed over in the corner where I know where it is, because if I lose these things, I'm going to have big problems later. Now that we've done that, of course, got this little knob, just give it a twist. You see it's now in the unlocked position. Moving around so the light doesn't glare off the labelling. And that's really important. Oh, that's me banging my mic again. Excuse me there. Because what we've done now, you've got this little picture here. Don't know if you can see that very well. It's a little square picture of the PC with the side panel. And literally all we're going to do here is we're going to poke this button. I'm going to stop that glass falling off completely, but it will hang there. It's got itself a nice little latch. So poking the button literally pops the side out. That's all you have to do to get the side off this thing. And then very carefully grab the glass from both ends. And now I need to find somewhere to put a 2-foot square piece of glass, because this is literally 2 feet square. Literally 2 feet square. And it's quite heavy, so that's going down there out the way where we won't see that again for most of the rest of the stream. Rotates easily on the desk. What are the feet made of? The feet are plastic, but we'll get to them a bit later. Because now this is the bit that you guys really want to see. Now let's bring this down a bit. This is where the magic happens. Let's move that into place. The 2 bars are plastic on the bottom, and they are feet and spacers in one. And at this point, we look at it all. Now, there are lights up at the top here that will cast a nice glow across all of this lot. There's a light there. There's a light ring you can just see around the sides of the cooler. And up the front here, that big rectangle here with the curved edges. Not a squircle. But apparently, according to one of the Alienware folks, it is officially called the disco rectangle. Or the stadium light. That is an RGB LED as well. These fans light up. These fans light up. That name up there lights up. Lots of shiny lights and a disco rectangle. And yes, Vigo, it was Eddie who said that to us. Eddie said it on one of the streams a while ago. It is a disco rectangle. This is the 5090, and we are going to get to that in a moment. What I need to figure out is how I want to do this now, because I can't take this whole thing apart like this. The one thing about it is there's no rectangle whatsoever. I mean, the curved edges maybe not, but the sides are definitely parallel and therefore definitely rectangular. Is a disco rectangle on the channel with your video? Yes, absolutely. Right. I think what I need to do at this point is move my chair out of the way, because there is not a lot of room in this workshop. I mean, there wasn't anyway, but there's even less room in this workshop with this beast in here. It's a good job all my audio gear is wireless when I need it to be, isn't it? Why are we taking it apart, Homer? Well, that is a great question. In fact, that's an excellent question. To which the answer was I got an Aurora R15 2 years ago, and some of my community didn't know much about the insides of a computer, how it worked, what was where, and so on. And they said to me, hey, any chance you can show us some bits? So we jumped on a stream and took the entire thing apart. Every single piece. Piled them all up on the desk, and then we put it back together again. People loved it, so I thought, you know what? We're going to do it again. This is going to get a bit iffy, because this is large and heavy, and in need of some very careful adjustment, and I mean very careful. I've not actually tried lying this down on the desk yet, so don't know how it's going to go. In fact, what I'm going to do before I do that, so I don't scratch the heck out of it, is pop the other side panel off, if I can get it to. That one's a little bit less easy to get off. But if I pop this side panel off, which is also really heavy, because this is a solid metal. Vigo chucking those bits in, thank you so much. I'm going to remove that side just so that I don't scratch it to heck. This is where it falls over later in the stream, makes a horrible crashing sound, so we'll try and avoid that if we can. While we're here, we'll have a quick look in the back of here. This is the first time I've had this apart, so we're going in blind. We're figuring it out as if we've never done this before, because I haven't with this machine. Have I mentioned how much it weighs? No, because I don't actually know how much it weighs. I haven't looked it up. You can see down here a slot for a 3.5-inch hard drive. If people still use hard drives, some of us do. Nice little caddy you can just pull out. This is your Alien FX board. This is where all your fans plug into. That's what these grey things are. That's where a couple of lighting bits from the front panel and so on plug into as well. And Tenno, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. Nerdages, the white side panel is metal. Not sure which metal, but very heavy metal. But it's great to see you. And I've got to say, the cabling that's wired in here. I mean, look at this, right? Got your power and your data cables for a drive. Power and your data cables here for your other SSD, if you want to put a couple of extra SSDs in. Down the bottom there, power and data cables for your hard drive. They're all there ready, they're pre-wired. If you want to put extra stuff in there, it's ready to rock, guys. But that's not the bit that we're most interested in. There's some more bits I'll come back to later on this, but right now I've got to figure out how to do this without injuring myself, destroying the stream, or just generally breaking the workshop. So bear with me, because this is heavy. Yeah, absolute beast. So we'll just bring the camera around. I'm not sure how this is going to work. There we go, I'm going to hang it off the edge of the desk. That's how it can work. Ah, right. So we've got a new camera rig for this, just to allow us to do things, and I'm already finding the limits of the camera. I'm finding the limits of the camera, or rather the camera arm. So just bear with me whilst I readjust this. Okay. That's a little bit better. Right. Expecting me to wear the camera on my hat. That'd be possible, but every time I look at chat, you would see me looking at chat, not the computer. And we all know that's not what you're here for. You're here to see what's inside here, so... As somebody quite rightly pointed out, it's the first thing we're going to take out. It's the easiest thing to get hold of. 26 kilos, yeah, that's probably about right. This is our 5090. The first thing we're going to do is take this power cable out. There's a lot of discussion about these power cables. This one, super soft, really flexible cabling. Feels really good, feels really solid. It's the proper 12-volt 2x6 standard. As you can see, there's grey markings there. If you can see any of the grey markings when it's plugged in, it's not plugged in properly. Plug it back in again. So, we want to get that out of here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to start over this end. You're not going to be able to see this too easily unless I can kind of swing this out a bit. Again, you'll have to excuse some of the dodgy camera work here. We're working it out as we go, folks. But on the end, what have we got? You can just about see down here, there's a couple of screws just on the edge of the card. They're really difficult to spot, but I promise you they're there, and all I'm going to do is unscrew them. If I can get them undone. They appear to have been done up with God himself. Now, I don't want to risk damaging anything. So that screwdriver, as awesome as it is, won't give me quite enough grip. We're breaking out the big guns for this one. When I say the big guns, we're breaking out this thing. Because it will give me more than enough grip to get these tight screws undone. If you feel the driver start to slip in a screw, you stop. You take the driver away, you get one that fits better. So I'm just going to use it on these two because I can't quite get the grip I need on the first contact screwdriver, but then we'll go back to that. So that's those two screws out. You can't see them very well, but yes, like I said, done up by either God himself or the Incredible Hulk, one of the two. And yeah, you don't want them coming loose during shipment. So, this card ain't going anywhere at this point. It's still solidly in place. Camera Workshop doesn't know. No, the Camera Workshop situation is absolutely fine. I'm just working around it. The problem is, these are correct for 99% of situations. But when you've got a screw done up by the Hulk, you need more strength and more grip than you can get on a shaft of this size. You need the big, proper handle. Now, there's two screws here. One there, and one down here. I'm not sure whether this one's necessary to undo. So we're going to start with the one at the bottom. And again, I have a suspicion this one might also have been done up incredibly tightly. Yep, I felt that slipping. Again, if you feel it slipping, stop and find a better driver. The reason these are so tight is because this thing's been shipped around the world. Yeah, Llewellyn, that would not surprise me. This thing has been shipped around the world. And while shipping it around the world, everything needed to stay in place. Okay, I do need to take this screw out as well. Because even with this one down here, which is now completely loose because it's spring-loaded and I can poke it like that. Hang on a minute. There was a screwdriver bit supposed to be in the end of that screwdriver. There it is. We still need to undo this one. Don't give away Vigo's tricks. Okay, yep. Right. Hopefully the rest of them aren't quite as tight as these. Because I did want to use the first contact kit for everything. I can't with the GPU because I don't want to destroy anything. So does that come out completely? No, that's also a captive screw. I love captive screws. And Beal, welcome on in. How you doing? Well, we're not on the build yet, we're on the dismantling. So what we do is we slide that out the side. That moves away. Now, if I pull this more towards me and hopefully it doesn't fall off, you may or may not be able to see. It's tilted a bit. These graphics cards, I'll move this down a bit and get a better view. Your graphics card will always have a retaining clip. And it's right there. Right there down at the bottom. You've got to push that down, otherwise you're not going to be able to get the card out of the slot. I'm just going to reach around and push that down. And then you can just ease the card up at the same time. Give it a wiggle. Thank you, Tanya. Those of you who know Red Alert know Tanya. So this thing is the RTX 5090. It is very large, very heavy, and has an absolute stack of cooling. It is awesome, but right now, it's going off the side of the shot. Interesting assortment of fans? Yes, lots. So why is that hooked into the water loop? It doesn't need to be in the water loop. Alienware have been incredibly good historically with their graphics card cooling. Can it run Crysis? Original Crysis or Crysis Remastered? Because that's the question. Can it run Crysis is no longer the only question to ask. It's can it run which Crysis? So, moving further on down in, you can see down here we've got our motherboard. I'm going to grab my pointing stick. Got our CPU cooler here. Processor is underneath there, we'll get to that later. We've got an SSD here underneath this heatsink. We've got slots for 2 more under here. Now, the really observant people amongst you will have noticed there's some QR codes knocking around on the system. Those QR codes are frankly awesome. Because what they do is when you scan one of them, it takes you to Dell's support website. And it takes you specifically to a video for taking that component out of the system and repairing it or modifying it and putting it back in again. So on this heatsink you see one there. You scan that, it takes you to a page with a video on it for how to take your SSDs out and replace them. Well, we're going to work it out ourselves. Come on, there's got to be at least one screw I can get enough grip on this. There we go. So that's one. There's another one over this side. You can see. Now, I'm disappointed with some of my regulars. I'm incredibly disappointed with some of my regulars at this point. Because none of them have shouted at me yet. None of them have shouted at me for not giving you a safety lecture. My safety lecture should include when dismantling things inside the system, and we're not past the point of no return yet, so we're okay. At this point, Llewellyn would like a safety tip. Perfect. I'm glad you pushed that button. When you're working inside your PC, from this point onwards, I'm going to be wearing one of these. This is an anti-static wristband. It's going to go around my wrist right now. Just like that. And it's going to stay there for the rest of the stream. And I know people say, oh, you don't need to do that these days. Well, the reality is, I'd rather have the wristband and not need it than wish I had one when I blow up a component. What's the other end connected to? So in my workshop, this green mat you can see behind everything is actually an anti-static mat. And that's earthed to my house earth. So everything is earthed back to the main earth of the house. Now, if you don't have an anti-static mat, you can clip the other end of your anti-static wristband to a radiator if you've got one that's got no paint on it anymore. Or you can get special plugs that you plug into a power socket which just have the little stud to attach your anti-static wristband to. Or you can get power supplies, things like that. The other option you've got is if you leave the power cable plugged into your PC, then that's earthed. And then as long as you're touching a part of the case, for example, this metal part here that's not painted, as long as you're touching a part that's not painted, you are earthed as well. So you could clip onto that, you could leave your power supply in your computer, unplug the power cables from your motherboard, so that's the ones over here, and then your computer's still earthed, your case is earthed, and everything's earthed to it with the screws, but you're not going to blow yourself up. You always just clip to the case. Exactly. But clipping to the case is only good as long as the power cable is still attached to the power supply. Otherwise the power supply's got no earthing, you are at least at the same potential as the case. But if your case isn't earthed, then it's still not earthing you. But what we've done is we pulled off this heatsink, and you guys can scan that QR code if you wish. And later on you can go and check out the video. Not now, but later, because now we're taking the PC apart. And as Llewellyn pointed out, they've made a very handy manual. We will naturally ignore it entirely as per the protocol. It is the rules. I should really have clipped on before I grabbed the graphics card, but there's no exposed circuit board there, so I was mostly alright, and the case was still earthed. So what we've got left down here, got our 2TB SSD. And that's not focused at all on that. Let's see if I can get a better shot on it. As I said, this is a brand new camera rig, so everything's kind of being a little bit fussy. Well, that's about as good as we're going to get, I think, so. Got our SSD. To get the SSD out, literally all you do is undo this one screw here. And if this screw's done up by the Hulk, it's not. If it had been, we would have problems. And you can see the moment you do that, it's going to pop up. And your screw is going to try and go pinging across the case. The screws like going pinging across the case and off the end of the desk. Let's notch that down just a touch. Hell March is a heck of a jam, but knock it down a touch. And so your SSD normally sits flat, but it's going to pop up. You're just going to take it by the end and gently slide it out the slot. And there we go, got a couple of terabytes of SSD there. That's going off to the side. Now this machine doesn't have extra SSDs, but if it did, they'd be underneath this tray here. Hang on a minute. There's supposed to be an end on this screwdriver. There it is. The screwdriver end is meant to be attached to the screwdriver. Somebody remind me to add that to my feedback later. The screwdriver magnet needs to be stronger. So literally again, all you're going to do here is undo the screw on that end of the heatsink bar. I'm going to reach around the camera and everything else. Undo the screw over at this end. Lose the screwdriver. I'm not left-handed, so left-handed unscrewing is difficult. And that bar comes off, and again, the screws are captive. And these thermal pads here have plastic on them. That's intentional. Very intentional, because you don't want dust and muck on your thermal pads. If you put an SSD in there, take the plastic off. Don't leave that on. Reviewing the screwdriver too. Well, you know. I like to give useful feedback where I can. So, we got our SSD out. Now they all same speed. I believe the top one is Gen 5 capable. This one up here. I believe these bottom ones are only Gen 4, but I don't know for sure. However, if you read the manual, you'll be able to find out. I am not reading the manual. Not right now. We are going to carry on taking things apart. Next thing's coming out are the memory modules. That's these two bits right here, and I can do this now because I'm earthed. See? I'm still earthed. So there's two tabs, one at each end. You literally just push the two tabs out, and the module starts to pop up. Fury Beast. And these are, as you can see there, 32 gigabyte chips. So this has got 64 gigs of RAM in it. That's a 32 gig module. That's going on the desk. Another one right next to it. Same again. One finger on each clip. Out comes your memory module. Another 32 gigs right there. They're going straight on the desk next to everything else. And it's DDR5 memory. Nice and fast. Nice and modern. Top's Gen 5, bottom 2 Gen 4. Yeah, that's what I figured. Excellent. I kind of know what I'm doing. Awesome. So where do we want to look next? Where do we want to look next? I think we want to start taking these cables out. So this is your front USB 3. Well, I'd say front, it's top. You've got a couple of USB 3A ports at the top. This is not the standard connector. It's a custom connector with a locking tab on it. So you just push this locking tab down. Give it a bit of a wiggle. Give it a bit of a pull. And it pops out. There's a little retaining clip there as well for the cable, which is really nice to see. That's not the standard. But if you want to put a standard motherboard in here, Alienware does sell a conversion kit for cabling, which I'm told is on its way to me. I'll share photos on Discord later for it. Which converts this to a standard USB 3 connector so you can plug it into another motherboard. You've also got a couple of USB-C ports cabled in here. They're coming out as well. Then we've got power connectors, and these don't look like your normal power connectors you're used to seeing on one of these systems. There's a reason for that. This is a standard, but it's a new standard. It's the new ATX 12 volt only standard. So instead of having 12 volt plus 5 volt plus 3.3 volts all going down one cable, or one cable loom, you have just 12 volts on everything, and then the motherboard handles everything from there. Part scares you about messing around inside machines. You wouldn't know the difference when you need to force it a bit, and if you're forcing it, you're doing something wrong. That's why you ask someone like me. Generally, these are fairly light, easy connectors. This one with the locking clip, not so much so. And these, I mean, rule of thumb, so you can't really see with these. In fact, let me see if I can get you a better view on that. You might be able to see down in there, or you might not. There's little locking tabs. There's a tab just there, and there's another locking tab on the other connector. Terrible because my fingers are in the way, but you can see the locking tabs. What you do is you squeeze the locking tab in, and that allows you to pull the cable out. And there you go, you can get a better view of the tab there now. So that locks to a little hook on the motherboard. You can just about see it underneath my finger there. And the same next to it for the other power connector. There you go. So those are your power cables. They're nice and easy to get at. Just squeeze the tabs a little bit, and then they'll come out without too much trouble. So, we've got our power connectors removed. Well, some of them. There's some more up in that corner, but we'll get to them in a minute. Taking apart the new shiny thing. Yes, Raya. Welcome on in. Good to see you. We've then got... And again, I'm grabbing the plastic. I'm not grabbing the wire. A standard 4-pin fan connector. Really important if you can, with all of these, you grab the plastic, not the wire. This one's going to be a bit more difficult, because it's a really small connection. But I can feel the plastic there. And there we go. That one's out as well. And you'll notice some of these have got little locking tabs. I'm trying to see if I can get you a decent shot of that. Those tabs show you which way around it goes, because in the slot you've got a gap at one end. What's the best way to do that? Can I get this down there? Okay. Yeah, so it's this connector. You can see there's kind of a lump just in front of my finger up here. That's the location tab. And that will determine which way around in the slot it fits. There's only one side that's got a slot. Again, this machine is large enough that it's making the workshop difficult to work in. But it's awesome. And when I said it was 2 feet tall, or 2 feet long, I did mean 2 feet long. Rare's happy not to have to put another PC together for a while. Well, why not buy one and then take it apart like I'm doing? Just for fun, eh? Now, what I haven't seen before is this little thing at the back here. I have no idea how this is designed to come apart. I can see there's kind of a tab here. If I had to guess, the whole thing probably just pulls out as one. So we're going to try that, and it does. And that's actually really smart. What they've done is they've taken 3 fan connectors.
Killing spree.
Callie, welcome on in. Good to see you. How are you doing? And Chard, thank you so much for that Prime sub. I really do appreciate that. So what we've got here is you've got 3 fan connectors inside a single housing that just locks onto the motherboard as a single piece. Now, assuming, because I am making the assumption here, that those are the 3 fans with the liquid cooler, it means you can't end up accidentally plugging 1 or 2 in, and they all end up plugged into the right slots. We're good here, thanks. We're good. You woke up, you're just eating breakfast. Well, sorry you got to share your breakfast with us, but if you're here, you got to share it with everybody. What are we all having for breakfast? What breakfast did you bring us? We're well, thanks. We're just taking things apart. They try to make the design airhead proof. No, they try to make the design easy for engineers to work on in the field. Because that's the thing you got to remember, right? Someone like me taking this apart, great. I've been doing this for decades. Egg sandwiches for everybody, very nice. I've been doing this for decades, and not everybody has. And the people that haven't, ooh, hash brown, even better. Even better. The people that haven't been doing this for decades won't really necessarily know what they're doing. Again, these are just standard power connectors with locking hooks on the sides. One there, and one next to it in the corner. And they're even labelled ATX CPU 1 and 2. ATX system. ATX auxiliary. They're all labelled on the connectors. It tells you where they go. You never thought Alienware would send me the shiny for a teardown video? Never overestimate the Vigo. And never underestimate the Vigo. New cases and balls are so much more friendly. So this is a newer standard. This is ATX12 only. There will be people who complain and say, oh, well, you know, that's not the standard everybody uses. The reality is this is the standard that's likely to go forward to the future. And therefore it made sense to standardise on 12 only. I'm all in favour of this. I'm going to move back over this way a little bit. Assuming this is going to stay where I try and put it. Because we've also got this host of cables down the bottom here. I think they need to test it further by setting Louisville in a shiny, see if you can follow the manuals. I mean, you never know. So, again, we've got a host of connectors down here that I'm just going to go through and pull out, because most of these will just pull straight off the board. That's the top panel audio. Again, you'll get to see these in more detail once everything's out. That's another fan connector. That we'll come back to in a minute. These we're going to start wherever we can. What's the next top one? I think it's this blue serial ATA cable. That's the one that runs down to the 3.5-inch hard drive bay. It doesn't want to come out easily, but will eventually come out. Next to it, we've got a fan connector there, which I can pop out as well. We've got this one that's labelled PSU data. That's awesome. If there's data cables running to the power supply so that it knows the power supply is working properly. That's awesome. So, this is a micro ATX motherboard size, I think. I think it's micro ATX. And it's the ATX 12-watt only standard, which is the new power standard. So again, we're just going to try and get up all of these connectors. There's another SATA connector there. There's another fan connector next to it. Again, you can't see too well with my fingers in the way. Next to that, got another data cable. ELC, not sure what ELC is. Then we've got this odd spider of a connector. Now I have no idea what this is, but we're going to take it out and we're going to try and find out. Assuming there's no locking clip or anything on it that's stopping me from removing it. Nope, there isn't. Ah, there was. I would never have got my fingers into that locking clip anyway. What size tower? It's exactly 2 feet long. It's 23 inches tall, and it's 9 inches wide. And Siberian, welcome on in. No, there's no destruction. A random cable. I was carefully wiggling it, and the wiggle actually meant that that clip came off. I would not have been able to get that clip off otherwise, because it's in underneath the wiring. What have we got here next to it? Another SATA connector. They just come straight out. They just pop straight out. Well, they should. Again, I think a lot of this is cable managed incredibly well, which makes it a bit of a tight fit. So let's see if I can get better grip from that side. I'm trying to be careful, of course, not to rip the socket off the motherboard or anything. But that appears to be caught on something else. So just bear with me, I know you can't see a lot of anything. You've got great view of my arm, but nothing else. There we go. Okay, some of those are a little bit tight, but they did all come out. There's one left, and this is probably the most delicate connector in the entire system. Again, let's see if I can adjust some things to get this down, get a better angle on it. If I remove the light that I've got attached to my camera. Worth trying to remove the power supply cover? Possibly. We're going to try that in a minute. I'm going to just pop that light off to the side. See if I can get a better view on this, because this delicate bit here that I'm about to point out, this little beastie here is your Wi-Fi card. That is Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Now, it's got two little black wires running into it. And those are the most delicate connectors you will find in this computer. They break for a pastime. I'm going to have to move the camera back a bit so that I can get down in there properly to try and clear it. It's held in with a screw, as expected. Again, we'll just pop that screw out. Just undoing it until it clicks. And when this screw comes out, it's going to come out with the whole card. So I'm going to rescue the screw before that goes pinging off across the desk. And the card has got a little plastic housing over it. Again, just checking to make sure I'm not doing anything silly with this. This housing should just slide off. Like that. That little housing there. This exists so that the connectors don't just get pulled off when you're using it. Really useful bit of kit. Don't lose it. However, then we have these super delicate, and I mean super delicate connectors. I'm going to try and take this down a little bit closer again. You can see you've got the Wi-Fi card. You've got these two little coaxial connectors. They're not just single wire. They're actually a wire inside of a braided outer. And these connectors, they're the most common thing to break on laptops and desktops. The trick when you're removing them is to try and remove them straight. Now I checked that instinctively, because what I wanted to make sure was that those two little connections on the corner there were still intact. You see, you got a round edge with a pin in the middle of it. They connect to two parts of the cable each, and yes, they are a nightmare, especially when they've been on for a few years. So that's your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth removed. So if you wanted to upgrade in the future to like Wi-Fi 7 or something like that, when that comes out and becomes common, you'd be able to pop the card out, put a new one in. Now what I shall do is reattach the light to the camera. Again, you'll have to bear with me, we're doing it live, folks. Is it? Oh no, so that's how most systems do Wi-Fi these days, Blue. Most systems these days have Wi-Fi on one of those cards. And Bluetooth with it. Excuse the wobbling here. Camera rig adjustment. It's the common way these days that manufacturers are starting to do Wi-Fi Bluetooth, and Alienware's been doing it like this for a few years now. Is it not Wi-Fi 7? It may well be, but, you know. It depends. There's going to be different options in different places. Some countries aren't allowed the same RF frequencies as others, so, you know, maybe Wi-Fi 8 or Wi-Fi 9 in the future. Bear with me, I'm just going to have a bit of this coffee, because I've been sitting here in this mug for a while. I bet it's going to still be hot. Okay, that's a big tick in the box for the Alienware First Contact mug. My coffee is still very hot. Do I have my coffee maker in the studio? No, I don't. But I do have a very large, and when I say very large, I mean 3 normal mugs worth, insulated mug which I was sent. If I bring that up here. As part of buying these PCs, you can, if you're in the US or Canada, you can get yourself the first contact kit, which includes a screwdriver kit I'm working with, this rather awesome insulated tumbler, which, as I said, has 3 cups of coffee in it at the moment. You get a hat, you get a giant mouse pad. As I said, a screwdriver kit to go with the driver, with a fun little lid. When you get your system, you get a code with it. You take that code, you go to Alienware Arena. What are the coordinates on the hat? And on the screwdriver and everything else? They are the coordinates for Alienware HQ in Miami. We've looked it up on Google Maps. They are Alienware headquarters in Miami. That's where they keep the aliens. Yes. Aliens where? There. So, we got most of the cables out. Vigo keeps the aliens, yes. I think it's time to go for some of the big stuff. I think this power supply shroud at the bottom does need to come out now. It doesn't need to come out to get the motherboard out, you could do that without. But I think it needs to come out. If I move this over here a bit better. Question is, how does this shroud come off? I see a screw over there, but I don't think that's for the shroud. No, it might be. If it's as simple as that one screw and then the whole thing slides and pulls, which I think it might be, then I'm very impressed. I could refer to the QR code, I could. Or we could completely follow the usual rules of ignoring the documentation and trying to figure it out ourselves. And I don't think it's one. I've seen another 2 screws on the left. I've spotted more screws. I've spotted another 2 screws down in this little gap here. There's 2 more screws, one there and one there. So just bear with me a moment whilst I completely make a mess of this camera. There is absolutely such a thing as too many screws. I'm pretty sure at this point, some of the people watching are going to be cringing at what I'm doing here. I think the first one I took off was... No, I don't think it was. I think it's all part of this shroud. Because when I looked at it, the shroud appears to slide to the back. Oh. That is the classic non-magnetised screwdriver screw falling off. And the classic two-handed dropping the screw anyway approach. That screw's gone down the bottom there somewhere. We will find that in a moment. Okay, sliding that. And off it comes. And actually, Llewellyn was correct. The front screw is for something else. It's not for this chunk of metal here. This chunk of metal is going to have to find a home temporarily. Vigo found the bells. Yes, I have been advised of that. Now I'm going to go fishing and try and find that screw. I can see that screw. Oh yeah, magnetised screwdrivers are a lifesaver. What's even more of a lifesaver, which I got in a different screwdriver kit. And once I manage to extract it from the kit, I'll show you. A screw claw, no. No, not tweezers either. I can go one better. Something I've only seen once in a screwdriver kit. This thing. This is a very long bar with a magnet on the end. And there you go. Very long bar with magnet on the end. From your 286 days, you still won't use a magnet in a system box. That is fair, however there's no spinning hard drive, so it's pretty much safe. And I was only using it to get hold of the screw. So we got our power supply shroud out. And this is where we get to experience the beauty of what I like to call the blue tab policy. It's something that Dell do to make life easy for their system engineers and for people like me. If ever there is a blue tab, it is designed to be pushed. Now, first things first, you remove the screws next to the blue tabs. Oh yeah, no, this makes it easy, Liverline. You're going to love this. The blue tab policy is fantastic. So, the two screws are going to come out. Again, assuming I can get the right grip on the driver. If you're having problems, push down harder on the screw to make sure the screwdriver head doesn't slip in the head of the screw. That didn't round out, so we're okay. So, blue tab policy. What is the blue tab policy? When you see a blue tab, it's designed to be pushed, and the reason it's designed to be pushed is because it usually contains some latching or some mounting for something. Now, in this case, it contains the mounting for a couple of fans. Now, these fans are wired in on the other side, but this entire fan chunk comes out in one go. And we're just going to move that to the side for the moment. It'd be great if those were on the same side as the motherboard, purely so that I could just remove that chunk completely rather than having to go around the back to get it out. But that only took 2 screws, 2 tabs, and you've got both the fans out in one go. And we are going to take more stuff out. As you can see now, there's a little bit more room to work down here. We're going to carefully remove these 2 coax cables. And those coax cables just go to 2 connectors on the outside of the case to plug in your Wi-Fi antenna. Well, this is the core guts of the system now. This is your motherboard. This is literally the bit that does all the magic. Now, before we take the board out... Why is that? Why is that complaining at me? I've got a light that's decided what it wants to do is flash at me a bit. I shall turn it off for the moment, let it cool down. It's probably getting a bit warm. We're going to unplug these 2 cables. Remember, grab the plastic connector, not the wire. Give it a bit of a wiggle, and it will come out. And the fan connector next to it, much easier. That's your fan and your lighting. I think, see, one of them's got a little flag on it. It's labelled LED pump. That's the lighting for this chunk here. This chunk being the pump and the CPU cold plate. These 2 tubes here contain liquid. Give it a bit of a wiggle, has to be phrase of the stream. Winterblue, you ain't seen nothing yet. You wait till we break out the manky cloth. Wait till we break out the manky cloth, because that is... Yeah, that's top tier, that is. The manky cloth is where it's at, trust me. Yes, Stranded, the Manky Cloth will make a return. Stranded has seen the Manky Cloth in person. Now, these two tubes here, as I was saying, they contain liquid, because they run up to this radiator assembly at the top. When they say liquid cooling for a CPU, that is what they mean. Literally, there's liquid in these pipes that runs up into the radiator assembly at the top here, which we are going to take out in a bit as well. We can do things one at a time, though. So, on the corners here, there are little numbers. There's a 1 there, there's a 3 here, there's a 4 here, and there's a 2 there. You can't see them easily, but I will show you them again later. Now, less important when you're taking it out, very important when you're putting it back in. And these are spring-loaded screws, so they're set to the right tension using the springs. We're just going to get the screwdriver on. I'm having to be careful now because this is starting to shake and wobble on the desk a bit. But yeah, that is spring-loaded, it's now clear. It's not so important when you're taking it off, but vitally important when you're putting these back on, which we will be later. Okay, now that is too tight. Don't want to damage the driver, don't want to damage the screws. Is it an Element 31 paste machine? No, so desktops don't tend to be Element 31, purely because they don't need it. I'm going to break out the big driver for these, because the one thing I don't want to do is damage anything. I know when to stop and switch to a different tool for the job. It's exactly the same screwdriver head size. These are all... We've only used Phillips 2 so far for this entire thing, including stuff like the SSD and Wi-Fi cards, so on and so forth. They're all Phillips 2. Which is really great, because if you only need one screwdriver for everything, happy days. No, you don't have to undo them 1 to 4. I'm just doing that because reasons. But doing them back up, you have to do them up 1, 2, 3, 4 in order. And you don't do them fully 1, 2, 3, 4. You do a bit on each, then you go back and do it again. So, just bear with me. Another swig of the blueberry crumble coffee. Yes, you heard right, blueberry crumble coffee. So, assuming I'd undone them all properly, which I haven't, apparently. There we go. You can see there's a nice lump of thermal paste on the bottom of there. Hazel, welcome on in, how are you doing? This is gooey manky paste. We are not going to want to get gooey manky paste all over us. So it is time for Stranded's favourite part of any of these tech streams. The return of the manky cloth. And the first thing I'm going to do is try and wipe off as much of this paste as I can. Oh, not much. Okay, that's pretty solid, hard paste. That's not what I would have expected. I was expecting it to be gooey. The thermal paste should be gooey, it should not be solid and hard like that. But that's okay. It was fine until we took it apart. This is where we bring in another tool that is not sponsored. Or another pair of tools that are not sponsored. Have I got enough in that bottle? We've got some arc to clean. Part 1 is a thermal material remover. This removes the paste. Part 2 preps the surfaces for putting the new paste on later. Right now, all I'm interested in is getting the paste off of there so that when I accidentally put it down or touch it or whatever, I'm not going to end up getting paste all over me or anything else. So we're just going to put some of this fluid on here. Obviously being very careful now because I've got fluid right above the computer. Alienware should package a manky cloth with it. Vigo, write that down. Luvalin would like to be sent a manky cloth. So, we'll clean this up again better later. Okay, that's flaking off quite spectacularly. We're going to be very careful about that. I'm going to remove that chunk that's just landed on the motherboard. There we go. One chunk of thermal paste that should not be there. So we're going to clean that up properly in a minute. But what you've got inside this socket here is the new Ultra 9 285K. Now I'm going to do something we should not do at this point. And I'm going to pop that out just to show you what it looks like. So to get the chip out, you just push down on this little lever and slide to the side. You see there's this little hook here? Got to get the lever out from under that hook. So we slide to the side, then as it comes up, it releases a latch, and then this whole outer piece can just lift up like that. Now this is the most dangerous non-cable bit that we could possibly do in this system, because these chips are also quite delicate, but it's not the chip that's the most delicate part. It's the socket underneath it. You see, this chip is covered in little flat pads. We'll ignore the bits in the middle. The bits in the middle are individual electronic connectors. You don't, electronic components. You don't want to damage those at all. But underneath it, and I'm going to point at this, but I'm not putting the end of the screwdriver. I'm not even going to use the Alienware screwdriver for this because the end of it's been coming out. I don't want it to fall out and land in the socket. The pins inside this socket, I'm a good ½ an inch away from this socket, just pointing at it. There are thousands, I mean literally thousands of pins in there that are all slightly springy. And if you bend even one of those, and bend it wrong, which means bend it at all, you could potentially destroy your motherboard completely, and possibly the chip if you put the chip back in. 1,851 pins, I said literally thousands. So we are not going to mess around with this anymore. We're going to put this chip back in the socket. Now, you won't be able to see very well, but down the bottom right corner there's a little notch. And up at the top right corner there's another little notch. Those little notches line up with, you can just about see it there, there's a little lump on the corner of the chip socket. I'm just going to flick away that bit of extra paste that doesn't need to be there. Very carefully. There we go, paste is away. Is it a component you're meant to remove, replace, or is it just for the stream? Yes, no, maybe. Depends on the situation. So, this machine came to me with the Ultra 9 285K. The 285K is currently the best chip that Intel sell in this family. It's the highest end chip in the family. However, there are rumours of a 300 series or 200 series refresh coming out at some point. You could potentially want to swap this CPU, this one right here, with the next gen one if it comes out in the future. Alternatively, if this one fails, you don't have to chuck the entire computer away, you can get a new CPU. Dell will probably just send an engineer to do it for you, but you could get a new CPU. And I'm just going to pop this in. So what I'm going to do is line it up in the slot, line the notches up. And you see how that's just dropped nice and flat there? If it hadn't gone completely flat, I'd be taking it out and readjusting it. But because it's nice and flat, all we're going to do is just going to put that down again. And I'm going to lock that into place. Now, we aren't done with that. We're going to need to clean it up later, but we'll do that when it's on the bench. But I'm putting it back in there as much as anything to protect the socket, because what I do not want to do is bend any of the pins in that socket. That would be a disaster. We do not want to do that. We want to avoid that at all costs. So, moving some of these cables away, we're going to take the motherboard out next. Because what good's a teardown if we only do half of it? I would normally try and take the cooler out, but actually, while we're here, I think getting the motherboard out should be fair... Oh, well, I don't want to say easy, but it shouldn't be difficult. Or do I? Do I? No, we're going to take the cooler out first. Or are we? No, because that's got cables that run around the back. Okay. No, the cooler's staying in for the moment, because... the cooler is not in the way of getting the motherboard out. There is clearance. The motherboard stops before the cooler. However, the issue I've got is that the cooler's plugged into things at the back. And if I start picking it up now, this pump block is going to be hanging around on the pipes and potentially bashing against things. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take the motherboard out. Now this is a standard screw layout on all standard micro ATX motherboards. So you've got one in each corner. So there's one right back here, at the far back corner. There's one there, just by the end of the memory slots. There's another one in this corner. None of these screws are captive, but I'm going to leave them where they are for the moment. Just going to loosen them all off. And the reason for doing that is because some of them are inside plastic shrouds that you can't get off easily. If you can't get them off easily, you want to leave them in place. Actually, with this one I can get to it, and with the middle one I can get to it, so I can just pop those two out. And all 9 screws for the motherboard should be the same. So that's the top 3. You've then got 3 more here. One right there. One here in the middle, again next to memory. I'm just going to lock those clips shut for the moment so they're not flapping around. So out comes this middle one. You can always tell someone who's designed their system or been lazy when they put their system together, because they won't bother putting all 9 motherboard screws in. There's another one over here, inside a plastic shroud. You can see where the screwdriver's going into that shroud. I'll be leaving that on as well, unless the shroud comes off completely at this point, which I don't know if it does. It may or may not do, but you can hear those clicks, that means it's out enough. No, the shroud appears to be part of the board, that's good. So then we've got 3 more down the bottom. One over here, one in the middle, and one over here. Again, I'm going to start in this corner. So far seems very user-friendly. Well no, so that's kind of the point of these. This system is supposed to be user-friendly, user-dismantleable. And yes, I've been doing this a long time, so I know where I'm looking to find things. But kind of the point of these streams and the videos I put on YouTube afterwards is that not everybody knows what I know. And I very often get comments on my last video from 2 years ago from the Aurora R15 teardown, with people saying, hey, I needed to get inside to do this, that or the other. And without this guide I wouldn't have known where to start, but with this guide I was able to see everything I needed to do in the right order. And it's like, that's why we do it. We do this for education, we do this so that you guys can do these things with your computers if you want to. So, 9 screws, that's all we've removed. And a bunch of cables. And all we're going to do now is just gently lift and wiggle the motherboard a bit. And then try and find out what we've missed. I don't think it's a cable. There shouldn't be any release catches or anything like that. I'm wondering if there's just studs or something. Are those screws on the left still in slightly? There's a possibility. Here are the PC World needs. Nah, I wouldn't go that far, Vigo. So with screws, if you unscrew them until they click, you know they're fully undone. Because that click is the thread going completely loose and then round one more time. So, let's try that again. Give it a bit of a wiggle, see if we can get this board out. Now, it's entirely possible there's something on the outside holding it in. So I shall look at that. I don't think there is. Which means the other possibility is there's something on the back of the board. Now, I wouldn't expect there to be anything on the back of the board. But I don't want to give this a yank and damage anything. So we're not going to pull that any harder. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put one screw back in. I'm going to put the screw in the middle back in so the board isn't just flapping around loose. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is that we're going to stand this back up. Now, before I stand it back up, I'm actually going to clip this fan connection, or this fan housing, back in. And again, that's really easy. Or it should be really easy anyway. It's just a case of lining up these 4 little notches with the slots on the bottom of the case. And when they drop into the slots like that, you just give it a bit of a push. Yeah, no worries, Blue. Thanks for hanging out. And you see those 2 clips are clipped back in. That's now in and solid and secure and not going anywhere. And this is incredibly heavy. And the camera's gone walkabout. So, I'll flick this around. Lift up the camera because I'm about to collide with everything. As I said, this is a bit of a massive system. So, let's get back down here. Let's have a look at the back of this. The filters could come out. The filters could, but not required. For non-stream work, better to leave it upright or lie it down. Lie it down. Always lie it down. Always lie it down. Whilst we're here, I'm going to unplug these fan connectors, because we are going to want to take those fans out in a minute. So I'm just going to unplug all of those. Those are now loose. Going to unplug this one as well, because I don't know where that's going, but some of these connectors are really tight to get out, but they will come. I shouldn't need to do those, I don't think. What I'm looking for, though, is anything on the back of the motherboard. And I think I might need to get in behind this little panel here to see what's in there. I don't know what is in behind this little panel. So it's coming off and we're going to find out. Oh no, the SSDs go here and here. Let's pop this panel off, let's see what's behind it. So, 5 screws and a panel. Okay, that's the back of the motherboard, that's the back of the CPU socket. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I didn't expect there to be a lump here of metal with a rubber gasket on it. I'm assuming that's just for airflow reasons, not for cooling. But looking at this, I'm not seeing anything here that would stop the motherboard coming out. The cables are all clear. Let's move this panel aside for the moment. As I said, this is all exploratory. We're figuring out together how this goes together and how it comes apart. These cables are all nicely routed. I don't need to take them out. They aren't connected to anything, so they're okay. I don't see anything here that would be stopping me from getting that out. These should not be screwed into the motherboard at all, so that should be fine. I like as well that they've given you screws here to mount the SSD to the cage. Really like that. Nice job. So you got your 4 screws that would go into the sides of your SSD to hold it into this cage, and then you got the 1 screw. In fact, let me just take that out. For a 2.5-inch SSD. Or if you've got an old laptop hard drive or something like that. You've got this little cage, and you can see there your 4 screws, which would go through holes on the sides, holding the drive in. We're not going to do that, so I'm going to put this back in. So to get it back in, 2 little tabs at the back. Just hook into these 2 little slots here. And once they're hooked in... One of my feedback, yes, exactly. So what some of you guys don't realise is that I very often have conversations with Vigo about stuff like this. And one of the things I do is I grumble about stuff like missing screws or, you know, not having the ability to do one thing or another. And I think Vigo gets at least 1 grumble a day from me. And you guys put feedback in on the Discord server as well. And all that feedback gets read. And if it can be acted on, it gets acted on. So I don't see anything there that's stopping this motherboard from coming out now. I don't see anything at all that's stopping me from getting the board out. So I'm going to put this back down on its side. Every time I do this, I remember how heavy this is, and that I really don't want to drop it. Also trying to be careful not to clobber the Wi-Fi card every time I do it. But yeah, Alienware listen to people, and that's why we've ended up with what we've ended up with this. He's not kidding. He starts his day pretty much every day with a mug of coffee and at least 1 ping from me, usually grumbling about something. And he loves it. He absolutely loves it. Owner's manual suggests cables and screws. That's what I thought. But I thought I'd do the exploration and just make sure there was nothing else. Now, if you remember, we put that middle screw back in so that when it was stood up, it didn't fall out on its own. So we're going to take that screw back out again. That one there. Yeah, note that he says he loves constructive, helpful feedback. He doesn't say he loves me bothering him every day about things that he can't do anything about. I'm pretty sure this should be loose. There we go. That corner screw is loose as well. It just needed a bit more of a wiggle. And now what I need to do is have about 6 hands. Because I need to clear all these cables out of the way. And try and clear everything else, including those cables there that are getting caught. And the cooler. And then when you do all of that, and carefully avoid breaking anything. And this is probably giving people heart attacks at Alienware left, right and centre. you can pull out your motherboard. So, the motherboard is the brains of the operation. I'm just going to pop the 2 screws out that were sitting in those shrouds. There's the 2 screws that have come out of the motherboard. And that now means I'm not going to drop them on the floor halfway through, waving this around. So, this is the brains of the operation, this thing. Not the most expensive part, that's probably the graphics card. But this houses the CPU. Also, you should never do what I'm doing here and hold it in one corner because it will flex and it will not be happy about it. So, motherboard. This is the brain that everything talks to. And I'm going to pop this right at the back over there, up against the wall where it can stay there. Just for the moment. Like the inside of the case is still painted, yeah, me too. When you can see it all through a glass window, it needs to be pretty, and this is. Brain has been removed, we are going to take a quick coffee break. Grab yourselves a coffee as well, we're still here. Just going to take a swig out of this fantastic coffee mug. So just bear with me, enjoy the music.
Multi-kill.
I heard that, Vigo. I heard you giving a sub out. Thank you so much for that support. Giving that sub to Nandi. I really do appreciate it.
Killing spree.
John, welcome into chat. How you doing? And Vigo, thanks for those bits as well. Quite enjoyed the watch. I really appreciate that.
First blood.
I am not going to say who John is. And Case throwing out that gift sub as well. Thank you so much. John, enjoy those sub benefits. Ooh. You get to enjoy the sound of my microphone making a hell of a racket as it bounces against the rest of the workshop. You also get to enjoy using those emotes anywhere you like on Twitch. We've got an array of drinks. You get to enjoy the sub badge to use on this channel. And if you're on my Discord, which some people are, exclamation Discord if you want the link to that, you get a green name, you get access to the VIP area. All part of the benefits of being a subscriber to the channel. And that's the microphone sorted out. That should no longer make horrible noises. Good. So yeah, I'm not going to say what John does or who he is. I'll let him introduce himself if he wishes to. But suffice it to say, we're lucky to have him here tonight. He has a vested interest in being here. What we're going to do, though, is take some more bits out of this case. We've already loosened off this bottom fan panel here, which is slightly out of shot. But that's okay, because we'll get back to it in a minute. We've got this big top section, that's going to need to come out at some point. We've also got these front panel pieces here. So we undid one screw here earlier, thinking it was part of the bottom shroud. It wasn't. There's another screw up here, though. We're going to pop these out. Oh. Throwing the screwdriver across the desk. Don't do that. That's bad. Do not go throwing your screwdriver across your workshop. Especially not if there's a motherboard inside your system. Don't do that at all. So that screw is out as well, and in my pile of screws over at the side. Yes, John is a very fancy special guest. And then we're back to the blue button policy. You push the 2 blue buttons, and the entire fan housing just comes straight out. Now you could take the fans out of the housing. They're just on little rubber grommets you can see on the back here. And rubber grommets like that one, so you could just pull those out. And then the fans would come out. Again, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to lock that back into place. And up at the top here, got our liquid cooler hidden behind the light bar. Now I'm going to have to move the camera up again for this. Because this light bar will come out with a screw at this end. And another screw over at this end, and I assume that's all that is required. We'll find out when I can get enough of a grip to get it to come loose. Again, some of these screws have been done up by the Incredible Hulk, which is great because they aren't coming out in shipping. Oh. Definitely note for me to tell to the people who came up with the screwdriver. Magnet inside the screwdriver needs to be a little bit stronger. And then this lighting bar should pretty much just come straight out. It's not going to be held in with the cable, it's going to be a latch or a clip over here somewhere. I can feel there's a clip on the end of the metalwork. Yeah, I can see it. The cable's probably not helping, but you can just about see under here this LED light bar. I could go back and pull all the cables out of all the routing channels, but I don't think that's strictly necessary. I think with a bit of a wiggle that would probably come out. However, I'm not going to force it, because forcing it would be silly. Yeah, the magnet on the screwdriver could do with being a little bit stronger. Let's just find the notches to pop this back in temporarily. Making sure I'm not colliding that against cables. Can't see the right side of the case anymore, no. So I was just fighting with that hook there. There's a hook inside here that should come up, but there's a cable that runs through there as well for the lighting. And I was just having a quick argument with that. And I think the cable is just slightly too tight to get it out without having to get around the back of the case again. I'd have to get around the back of the case and start pulling cables out. Now, I kind of half want to do that because I want to get the liquid cooler out. But I also kind of half don't. So Llewellyn, what I'm hearing here is that your feedback is either DJ needs a larger studio or Area 51 is too big. That's the feedback I'm hearing here. That is the feedback I'm hearing. If you'd like to buy me a larger studio, that would be awesome. I'm going to throw this screw back in again. Just temporarily. No, helps if I put it in the right screw hole, doesn't it? Stopping yourself from giving any feedback. Absolutely. We love going in blind with this stuff. We love going in blind on this. I'm putting these screws back in not because I'm not taking it out, but because I do not want everything to be flapping around when I loosen off the cable the other side. I will say this is not my first rodeo with taking these type of machines apart. As I said, we had a really successful run with the R15 a couple of years ago. But this thing takes powerhouse to a whole new level. And you'll have to excuse the fact that you've got a lovely view of the wall. But it's the only way I can get this camera 2 feet up in the air and then some, to be able to turn the system around. Oh. Don't worry, all is fine. No, all is not fine. Bear with me just one moment, folks. I'm going to hit that button. I'm going to hit that button because I need to swap to the backup camera mount. It is not a technical difficulty. It's a hardware failure. The camera is fine. The mount did not survive. Luckily, I have a backup. The camera mount broke, yes. Now, where I put the backup is a different question. Uh-huh. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. Uh-huh. I think I have the backup. Don't worry, you'll see in a minute what happened. All going according to plan. Right. Bear with us. Please hold, caller. Is this going to pick up? Grab yourself some coffee. And there we go, perfect. And we are back. And when I said the camera mount broke, I literally mean the camera mount broke. This is supposed to be attached to that. That's supposed to be attached like that. That's not supposed to be like this. Looking at you here, Vigo. Looking at you here. That was not supposed to happen.
Control log withdrawn. Meltdown averted. Have a nice day.
Right, so what I am going to do is what I was hoping to avoid doing earlier. Oh good, what's happened there? Yes, it's frozen. No, it won't be frozen for long. There we go. Right. We're back. So, I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this. But we're going to do it. We're going to pop some of these clips out. I'm going to pop some of these cables out from behind the clips. I probably don't need to do all of them, but I really do like these clips. No horrible plastic zip ties getting in the way. You look at that, these just come straight out. These cables just come straight out. These will come straight out of this middle grommet. There's another clip down the bottom there. I'm going to push all these clips back in, because what I don't want when I flip this over is for all the clips to start breaking. Now, which other ones do I want to take out at this point? I think I want to take the fan clips, or fan cables out. Because we want to try and get the fans out, so to do that, their cables need to be loose enough to pull through to the other side. I'm not worried about the front panel stuff. Who's that one? That one's probably not important for any of the stuff we're taking out, unless that's the lighting cable. Let's see if we can get that out anyway. Yeah, we can get it out. So these are literally just butterfly type hooks. The idea is that you just pull one side aside, and then the cable will pop out the other side. That's now loose down the bottom there, that's okay. So, I'm going to push these fan cables through, because I want them on the other side anyway. We're going to be taking them out. You like the way the whole thing looks. Yeah, everything has a place and everything is in its place. Now what I'm doing here is I'm making sure that anything that I'm going to pull through to the other side isn't obstructed by anything else on the way out. So we've got our fan cables there. That's front panel, we don't need to care about that. That's ELC, I don't know what ELC is, but it doesn't matter. The side light, that does need to come out. No, the side light probably doesn't. Or does it? No, ring ambient power button doesn't need to come out. That can stay. Because that's the ring on the other side and the front panel power button. The side light probably does, because that's probably the light bar inside. That's probably the one that was causing problems. So that's okay. I'm just looking down the bottom here. Again, this feels like power supply data. Okay, that's fine. That's the other end of the serial ATA cable that was plugged into the motherboard. That can go to the side, out the way. And this is another power cable, you can tell because it's braided and sleeved. It's a very long power cable. Okay, that's the graphics card power cable, because it's going all the way through to the graphics card. You shouldn't just pull on things like that. But we know roughly what we're doing, and therefore it's probably okay to do so. What I'm going to do is shove it back through, because that doesn't need to come out at all, that can stay where it is. I'm just looking to see if there's any other fan connectors or anything. I don't think there are. So, up the top here, I'm just going to shove this fan connector through the hole. Over there. In fact, let's move this in a bit. So I'm just shoving that back through to the other side, because we know we're going to be messing with that in a minute. ELC probably not, front panel probably not, they're all okay. This is a fan connector. So again, I'm just going to shove that straight through the hole. Just feeding it straight up in. It'd be much easier if I could see the other side at the same time, but I can't. But that's okay, because there's a gaping big load of empty space the other side. We don't need to worry about what's there. So, I think for now we're done with this side. Now, these power cables will be rerouted properly later. For now, they're going through that hole. So that when I put it flat on its side again in a minute, we don't trap the power cables and don't damage them. Similarly, this lot's going through there as well. Same reason. This is a heavy case, I don't want to go destroying any of the cables. So, quick swig of the coffee. The coffee has been swigged. Swig, swag, swug, swigged. I'm going to shove that one through there as well, just so that I don't destroy it. This is where Vigo's probably getting very scared. I'm thinking, what on earth is he doing to the poor computer? Okay. This is a lot lighter now that it doesn't have half a computer in it. But still quite heavy. Still quite heavy. I'll just rearrange some bits here. So, attempting this again. Preferably this time without demolishing the camera mount, because I don't have another spare. We're on the emergency spare already. We'll try this again. One screw. One arm. Other screw. Screwdriver tip comes out of screwdriver again. This time, my hope is that we can kind of wiggle this out. There we go. And we free up some of these cables. It was that tab that was caught there because this cable was too tight. Ooh, okay. Okay, Vigo, one for the paperwork. Look at what happened to that when it came out through the case. I know I wasn't exactly being gentle with it, but your field techs aren't going to be gentle either. It's not cut all the way through, but it's certainly cut into the shielding enough to feel it. If a field tech's working on that, they're going to be less gentle than I am with it. So, put that down on the list. But there's your lighting bar, with your QR code for replacing your fan filters. And now, looking at this, I can see the liquid cooler array up there, but I can't see what I want to see with it. Now, I can see two holes on the end of the track here. I wonder if it's possible for me to get this bracket out completely. It doesn't feel like it, and I suspect that's intentional. I suspect it's not supposed to come out, because that captive screw doesn't undo far enough to get past whatever lump is there. That's fine. If it's not supposed to come out, it's not supposed to come out. What does need to come out, though, are these fans. There's a cable clip at the bottom here that I'd missed. There's a couple of cable clips at the bottom I'd missed. There's still one more. Okay. Let's start with the bottom fans instead then. These again, just the two clips. There's a little cable clip down here. Out comes that fan tray completely. And there are your two fans with fan connectors and lighting connectors hanging off the ends of them. I'm running out of space on the desk. Okay, that's going on top of the drawers over there. So now I can see down here. I see there's another cable clip here. And when that's loose, there's another cable clip at the top. I am not going to remember where any of these cables went when I'm putting it back together, I can tell you that for a fact. I'm not going to remember where half these went. We then have this behemoth of a front section with these huge fans. Good thing someone filmed it, yeah. I am definitely running out of workshop space. I've got nowhere to put this fan tray either. Right. That's going to be stood up at the back there somewhere. Hopefully not in the way. So, now we come to the liquid cooler. My assumption is to get this out, I need to get the top panel off. Because I'm looking at this with this wonderful harness here. I'm just going to pop that cable out the way. This is going to be bolted in at least one place. And it looks like it's held in from the top. I could go unscrewing these silver screws, but I don't think that's going to remove it on its own. I think there's a lip on the top of it. It is my workshop that's too small. Liverlin, please do buy me a larger workshop. That would be awesome. Thank you very much for offering. So, PC building sim looks amazing. Yes, Oi Frog, yes it does. Welcome on in. You'll put the workshop in the mail. Very kind of you. Even with most of the metalwork removed now, this thing is still very, very heavy. Which is no bad thing. What I'm looking at, though... Unreal Engine, yes. Something along those lines. Okay, now that cannot stay at the back there. That needs to go elsewhere, otherwise it can cause me even more issues. Now, I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to spot anywhere that might give me an obvious answer to something. Workshop's back, the word clock is out. Yes. Yes, it is. We'll talk about the word clock another time. What we are going to talk about now, though, if I can do this without demolishing anything again, is something we didn't talk about at the beginning. And I need to get the right angle for this, because this is something Vigo knows I'm going to grumble at him about. Again. Loudly. He's already expecting it. At the back here, and you can't really see it properly at all, there's a screw up here with an icon above it. Can I get the camera up high enough? I cannot. Okay. I'll show you once I've removed the screw. That screw is coming out, though. That screw will come out when I can get the camera back far enough to get the screwdriver into the gap. Okay, that screw is captive. It's not coming out, but that's fine. It's supposed to be there. Because what you have inside here... Okay, that's weird. I'm going to have to pull on the screw, and I don't like that. Okay, no, there's not enough gap on that to get my fingers in there properly. But what this is, and I've had to move the camera to the side because otherwise it won't fit. This is a very, very long, and yes, I know it's difficult to see. It's a very long fan filter. I love that there is a fan filter here. However, I'm going to grumble that it only comes out the back. And the reason I'm going to grumble it only comes out the back is because it's 2 feet long, and if this is on my desk, this is not coming out between my PC and the wall. Which means to get the fan filter out to clean it, PC's got to come off the desk completely, the whole system's got to get taken apart. Vigo was expecting me to grumble about it. Vigo, consider that your grumble. Needs to come out the side or the front so that I can get out easier. Because I'm lazy. I'd rather spend time gaming than taking apart my workshop and putting it back together again. But what I wanted to show you on here, if you look closely, is the little icon by the screw that tells you it's a fan filter. You've got the wavy air lines coming through a filter. Yeah, pulling the PC 2 feet off the desk is not going to happen. I'm going to be too lazy to do that. There is another one exactly the same at the bottom, which you can kind of see down at the power supply there. A screw right there. Exactly the same thing. I'm going to pop that one out anyway. Exactly the same concept. Undo the screw. Fingers in. And this one is shorter. It's a slightly different mesh, so it's obvious it's a different one. This one, less of a problem. But if I'm cleaning filters, I'm going to clean all of them, and therefore I've got to take the whole thing apart. The front one's great. It's stuck in with a magnet. Make holes in the walls. And I don't think my next door neighbour would appreciate that very much. Don't think my next door neighbour would appreciate a hole in the wall. What I have discovered, though, up the top here, which you also can't see. Let's see if I can get the camera back up there. You'll have to excuse the appalling camera work on this lot. You can kind of see presuming you don't take apart the whole computer. Correct, it'll be full weight. You leave everything reattached, you literally just slide the filters out. What I can see are two holes with screws in labelled M3. These, I presume, allow me to take part of the top off. And also appear to have been done up by the Incredible Hulk. Yep.
No mercy. Mercy is for the weak.
Okay, that one, because of the angle of the camera,
See the future.
is just too tight. You have to get the big screwdriver in. Just to loosen it a little bit.
The world is at my fingertips.
The time for questioning is over.
Mercy is for the weak.
So, those screws come out. What has that loosened up? That's loosened up part of this top piece. I don't think it's going to be enough. But the back of the top piece is now loose. I've got a horrible feeling I may have to take the front panel off. Before I do that, we're going to check the back.
Mercy is for
Rivets there and there, so they don't unscrew. That's the... You see those movements? That's the side panel locking mechanism on the bottom. I don't think the side panel mechanism would do it. I don't think it just pops off. But I'm seeing what looks like... Okay, yeah, there's plastic clips to the front panel. Can I feel a clip in here anywhere? Well, while we're here, let me spin this round again. While we're here, this front air filter, there's a little catch at the top which you can't see, but it just sticks in with magnets. You see there's magnets on the edges there, and on the other edges. And so you just get your finger in behind this tab, which is this side, flip it forwards and it falls out. Nice and easy. So, getting this top panel off, I think probably needs the front removed. Does the front come off from here? I can feel the handhold on the bottom for getting the for lifting the PC. Oh. That's my coffee mug falling over. It's a good job it's got a lid that seals. Raju, welcome in. I think this top panel needs to come off, but I don't think brute force and ignorance is the way to do it. So I'm just looking around at various different angles. I know you can't see me looking around, that's a good thing. Kudos to the Alienware coffee tumbler, by the way, which isn't necessarily designed for coffee, but works for it. It just fell over. The coffee stayed in it. I know hopefully the front doesn't fall off, but I know the joke you're referencing. I do see a little pin in a notch there, which suggests that something needs to lift up. Don't have enough space. Ah, see, it went beyond the environment. It went beyond the environment. I can see there's a clip here. Ah! The two screws did not remove what I thought they removed. They removed this panel. It was brute force that was required, and a bit of ignorance, but in a slightly different way than originally anticipated. So there you go. That's how you get that bit out. Where the heck am I going to put this now? What am I doing? I'm taking apart a $5,000 computer. Taking it apart. So, now to figure out how to readjust the camera again. But Ots, how are you doing? Vigo can breathe again now. It is true, we are blessed with royalty. We have some folk who work at Alienware here in the stream watching me dismantle their hard work. I need to take that light off of the camera again temporarily. It's getting in the way. That's the problem when you got a workshop with 6 lights in it, just to make this work. Every now and again you move things and one of them gets in the way. So we've got our liquid cooler up the top here. Move the light out of the way as well. You're doing? Well, this is a behemoth of a machine. Now, oh, I like that. I really like that. I don't know if you guys can see in there or not. Let me see if I can tilt this a bit better so you can. And where did that light go that I just put away? If you look down in there, you can see it says cable and has a little arrow that points at the hole the cable goes through. Very clearly labelled. It says fan 2, it says cable. No room for doubt or confusion. No room for doubt or confusion. Now, I have a feeling that Alienware will have done this very sensibly. Where do I put that screwdriver? Over there. Only have to put it back together and can't remember how. Exactly. The cable goes in the hole labelled cable. So, there are some silver screws here, also labelled M3. That one's B. There's a D over there. I am pretty sure. Screwdriver tip came out. Screwdriver again. It's okay. Whether we're going to get this back together again in one piece, I don't know. We're going to find out. But I'm going to undo these screws on the outside here. And drop one of them. Because I'm pretty sure what you do is you take these 4 screws out. And this entire tray should just lift out. Assuming they've done what I think they've done. And use the same screwdriver, yeah, Phillips 2 for everything. And it does. Whichever engineer, and I suspect they may be in the chat somewhere, hiding, whichever engineer decided to do this like this, thank you, a million times thank you. Giving me a single tray, and I know you can't see this very well, and I'm having to negotiate all kinds of chaos here. Oh my days, this is not coming out easily. Right. Okay, let's rest that on there. You never just lift things up by the tubes. That's a really bad idea. The reason I'm holding the tubes is to stop the pump with the heatsink residue on it bashing against things. Right. We'll deal with that in a minute. That's going to come back on screen in a minute. Seriously though, thank you. That makes life incredibly easy. And it's things like that that we, as geeks, trying to do this sort of thing, absolutely love and appreciate. Also, why is that light cable no longer long enough when it was earlier? Right. That's that light readjusted. You'd throw some confetti, but I'd complain about the mess. Throw confetti at Vigo, he'll appreciate it, and then he can throw it at John when he next sees him. So. we have a fairly empty case now. The only thing left in this case is the power supply. Now, when I did this last time, I didn't take the power supply out. But this time, we're already almost there. So if I can readjust the cameras, or readjust not just the camera, but the entire workshop, in such a way that I can get this down near the power supply. Like this. With the taped over service tag label. We lock that one off there, we lock that one off there. We lock that one off there. Does the camera stay still? Yes, it does. Perfect. Liquid cooler can go on the desk for now because it's in my way and I want to sit down. So to get your power supply out, there's 4 screws. One right here. One over here next to it. These are standard. They're in standard places for ATX power supplies. Reminder, this system comes as standard as an ATX 12V only system. But, because it's a standard ATX power supply, in terms of form factor, if you wanted to use a non-12V only motherboard, you could get a non-12V only power supply as well. Now, if I can... The light bar is going to have to move as well. I need a bigger workshop, I really do. Being careful, of course, with this cable, not to knock all the screws that are on the desk in nice little neat piles, flying off the desk and onto the floor. That would be terrible. You don't want to do that. So all these cables are connected to the power supply. That is your power supply, that silver box in there. Doesn't need to be painted, that's fine. Now, at this point, it won't just slide out. This is really good. They've done extra reinforcement. Because remember, these things have got to be shipped halfway around the world. Possibly twice. In the case of this one, it went to America and then came back across to the UK. Got to get a magnetic bowl. No, because I make little piles for different things in different places. I have actually got screw tracking grids and things like that. There are those 2 screws. I'm not using the tracking grids now. But there is your other bracket, and you'll see the back of this bracket overlaps the back of the power supply, stops it sliding around, stops it coming loose in transit, stops it breaking the screws. Very important. I know it's a bit of extra plastic, but it's a very important bit of extra plastic. And then you can literally just slide the supply out. Now, before we do that, normally you'd probably want to take the hard drive cage out. Because I don't think there's quite enough room. Oh no, there might just, with a bit of creative wiggling, there is just enough room to get this out. Awesome. Okay, that's my graphics card cable. I'm going to just pop this in here, just so you can see what we've got at the end. Almost like someone... Oh, the guys who designed this are geniuses. Seriously. So, dedicated power cable for 12V 2x6 for the graphics. Very important. I will just tweak those so that they sit in the reinforced slots a bit better. You got a second one if we need it. That's loose, but probably just where I've been pulling on the cables and stuff, so I'm going to just plug that back in again. Make sure the power supply data cable is fully connected. Interesting. There's a tip for the future. Make that a locking connector as well. Because just by taking it out there, it was half loose. Having a locking connector will prevent that from happening in future. If that can be locking, that will be even better. You got your motherboard power down here, your ATX sys. It's nice they label the plug and the socket and the other end of the cable. If I find the other end of the cable, you can see it's also labelled ATX sys. Let me move that USB cable for the light out of the way, because that light's been removed temporarily. Got CPU 1 up here. Again, labelled on the other end, CPU 1. Got CPU 2. Labelled on this end. ATX aux. Again, labelled on this end. They all go straight in. There's fully modular supply, so you could unplug them all. We're not going to. Because whilst this will come out, and it's big and chunky, and if we look at that, it's a 1500 watt power supply. You can just about see that on the label there. It's a 1500 watt power supply. That ain't going to need replacing for a long time. I say a long time. What I mean is, until Nvidia bring out their next series of graphics cards that need a kilowatt for the card. Because, you know, we always said 1000 watts ought to be enough for anybody. Nvidia said, hold my beer. Pretty much how it went. Everyone else, yeah, 1000 watts, that'll be fine for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Nobody's going to need more than 1000 watts, are they? Welcome in, Nvidia. It's also interesting as well, when you look at this, this has got two little notches on the bottom. There's 3 slots at the bottom here, so it looks like you could have a smaller power supply and use the bracket on the smaller supply to hold that in. Or, with the larger one we've got here, and again, there's a 3rd screw hole up here. So this bracket could go 1 slot to the right for a shorter length power supply. That's really awesome. That's forward smart thinking. Now, which screws came out of here? I think it was these. Yes, it was. Like I said, I'm not using a screw tracking grid tonight. But that's because if I can't figure this out without, then I'm doing something wrong. And realistically, most field techs replacing this in the field will not use a screw tracking grid. I can tell you that pretty much for a fact. They won't use a screw tracking grid, they'll just turn up, they'll pull things, they'll make it happen. Now, before we go any further with putting things back together, I want to talk about this little board a bit. Which means I want to move some of this stuff up here. Because this little board here is a fan hub, a lighting hub, and other fancy smart things as well. My pointing stick. Up here, this connector, ring ambient PWB, or PWBT. This connector here goes to the front panel for the disco rectangle, as Eddie calls them. The power button, which is also the power light. Oh yeah, you know it's fancy because there's an alien head on it as well. I'll explain what that's about in a moment. But that goes to the front panel for all the front panel button stuff and the lighting. You got this connector here labelled side light, which goes to the lighting bar that we've removed. We'll put that back in later. You then got fan LEDs for 8 and 9. Fan LEDs for 4, 3... no, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So 4 through 9, the LEDs are over here. This side is awesome. There are, as standard, something like 7 fans in the system. I believe there's 8 fan sockets on the motherboard. However, this connector here, fan 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This board is an expansion that would let you plug 16 fans into the PC. If you had 16 fans in your case, you could connect 16 fans to this motherboard and have control of all of them. That is awesome. Down here we've got PWM bridge for fans, power switch. These go with, I believe, the fancy connector kit. I don't have it, so I can't be sure on that. But there's a fancy custom cable kit you can get, which means you can plug this board into any other motherboard you like. It will talk to any other motherboard as a USB device, I assume. And then you can use Alienware Command Center to control your lighting, your motherboard, your case and everything, even if you have a non-Alienware motherboard in here. That's what this board is here for. It's the control board that stays in with the case, so you can control all the case lighting, the front power button, everything else, even if you stick a different motherboard in. Is that why the machine's so big for the add more fans competition? Yes. Because I don't know any of the cases that have 16 fan connectors in, or 16 fan slots. I also don't know many other cases, or many other motherboards that can control 16 fans. So yes, this one wins the how many fans, to which the answer is yes fans. Yes fans and then more fans. And yeah, because why not? Exactly. So, this board is a little bit of magic in its own right. And I am so glad to see it. Interestingly, it has a button on it. I do not know what that button does. It says... It doesn't say anything useful at all. It has a button right here. I'm going to push it, because why not? Nothing's connected, but I'm going to push the button. Vigo, did you insist they put a button there just so that I could push it? Is that why there's a button on this board, just so that I could push it when I'm in the middle of taking the PC apart? Is that why it's there? The Call the Aliens button. Lovely. That's the do not press button. Well, it's a bit late for that now. Could have told me that before I pressed the button. There's also a jumper header there. Not sure what that's for. I'll read some documentation later. You should have painted it red. Well, you can actually get red tactile buttons. You should have made it a red button. And then I would have pushed it even more quickly. Because red buttons are always there for pushing, right? I'm sure the documentation says why there's a button there. Nikos, welcome on in. You're on Wi-Fi for the last year. Routers in your living room. Distance to the room is 3 walls. You're really struggling playing games. Okay, that's not an easy question to answer without knowing your entire system. What I will suggest, Nikos, but welcome in. It's great to have you here. What I will suggest is hop onto the Alienware Discord server, which I believe you can get to discord.gg/Alienware, should get you to their server. Hop into the unofficial tech help channel, and we'll have a chat about it there after the stream. Because it's not as easy an answer as yes or no. There's more to it than that. But hop onto the Alienware server, we'll have a chat there later, we'll see what we can figure out. Or hop onto my Discord server, we'll have a chat there. Exclamation Discord in chat will get you the link to my server. Either way, we can chat there, we can figure things out. But not something I can jump into. There's no Alienware command, but Discord takes you to my server. I'm pretty sure the AW server is just discord.gg/Alienware. But either way, I'll see you on Discord somewhere, we'll find you an answer to your question. Because I wish it was as simple as just saying yes, but it's not. What time? Because you're in Europe. This stream is due to finish at midnight, UK time. It's currently about 20 to 11 at night for me. But failing that, we can chat tomorrow. I'm on those servers all the time. If you pop in there, you will see me on those servers. You don't need to tag me or anything, just pop into one of the servers, throw the question in the channel. I or somebody else will reply as soon as we're available to. But yeah, I'll be finishing once I finish putting this back together, which is probably sometime between midnight and 1 AM UK time. And we'll hop in there, we'll have a look at it, we'll see what we can do to help. DJ exists on there most of the time. Yes, absolutely. It's my home from home. And Vigo doesn't even know what the button does, so I'm going to push it again. I'm going to push it lots of times. Nobody's turning up with coffee for me, so I'll have to have some of my own blueberry crumble coffee. Which I'm going to do right now, actually, before we start doing more work. Why are you feeling WhatsApp around your neck? Yes, the Alienware coffee mug. Not originally designed for coffee, holds 3 mugs of coffee. And the coffee is still hot right now. The coffee is still hot now. Drinkable, but hot. So, we're going to just move this bit back for a moment. I'm going to shove those cables up there out of the way. We're going to bring this piece back in. Good, I didn't manage to damage any of the fins. It's normal to have a couple that are slightly out of place. Okay. I'm just inspecting that before we move the camera around. So, camera coming down. This time hopefully without breaking the camera rig again. So, what have we got here? Yes, that is my Discord server. What we have here is a USB-C cable that should not be hanging there because it should be plugged into that light. Where did I leave that light? There. Right, let's reattach that light.
Headshot.
And Sarge the Doggo, thank you so much for that follow. Awesome name. Welcome on in. How are you doing tonight? Remember, folks, we're doing this live. We're figuring it out as we go. So what we have here is a liquid cooler. It's an AIO or an all-in-one. I've got a lot of cables that need to go out of the way. You have this square chunky thing. This is the pump and the reservoir. And the cold plate that touches onto the CPU. I am going to need to clean this a bit better. We've then got this massive radiator, this chunk here, which is made of copper. And on the other side of the radiator, we have some fans, which suck air in, shove it straight through the radiator, removing the heat from the water and pushing it in. Now, one thing I see here that I wasn't aware I was going to see, because Vigo didn't tell me anything about this. I see a little thing here. And unlike with the do not push button that you immediately push, I know what that is for, so I am not going to undo it. At least I think I know what that's for. If it's what I think it is a fill port. And the reason for that is that over time, liquid coolers can have some liquid evaporate through the rubber in the tubes and things like that. It's physics, it's the way it works. Over time, you will lose a little bit of liquid. Not much, but a little bit. If this is what I think it is, if it's a fill port, you could theoretically unscrew this. You could add some additional liquid if you needed to. Just to top everything up. Do not do it unless it's the top of the loop, because if you do it here, you're quite likely to get all the water from that tube come straight shooting out of that hole. That would be bad. So what I would do if I was refilling it is I would have it at the top, kind of like this, or stood up vertically, and then just pour a bit of water in there. Not water. Proper cooling fluid. You do not use water, even distilled water, because distilled water will still end up causing galvanic corrosion over time with the different metals in different parts of the loop. Bad idea. A couple of people have done videos recently on YouTube on the reasons you shouldn't just use distilled water in liquid coolers. There is specific cooling fluid. Now, Alienware won't sell that, I'm certain. I'm absolutely certain they won't sell replacement fluid or additional fluid, because to do so would mean jumping through a heck of a lot of hoops, fighting with a lot of regulations for being able to ship it around the world and all kinds of other jazz. So they ain't likely to ever sell additional liquid for your liquid cooler, because they tend to have biocides in it to stop algae growing inside the cooler, and they tend to have other things to make it more stable, and maybe a bit of glycol, which is not a dangerous or controlled substance, but glycol is not human safe. You shouldn't drink glycol, it's bad for you. So they aren't likely to sell it, but you can probably just buy cooling fluid from most off-the-shelf cooling suppliers for PC liquid coolers, and you could probably put a tiny bit in with whatever's in here already, and it probably wouldn't be the end of the world. Or if you really had to, you could probably drain the entire thing and put fresh liquid in. I would say you're probably never going to need that, but if you do need it, it's nice that they put it there. That's one of those things where bonus bonus points for attention to detail for thinking of it. And not necessary for the average user, but very, very useful indeed. And I need to plug something back in. There we go. I have a wireless pack for my headphones that plugs into my mixer, and that just decided to break off my belt and fall onto the floor. Not break, but just remove itself. I had to rescue it. It has been rescued. It is now back on the belt. For all this wireless kit I've got, it's all got a lot of wires, mostly attached to me. I'll stop breaking things. I didn't break anything this time. But what we do need to do is we need to do a bit of cleaning. We need to do a bit of cleaning. So, we're going to pop this up on its side like that. Being careful, of course, because these tubes are full of liquid. They're not just wires, you can't be really rough with them. Went to the kitchen and the headset disconnected. What I said, Luvalin, is don't use distilled water, or just general water. Most companies will sell a fairly neutral, non-coloured, non-fancy fluid. Like Alpha Cool, for example. I haven't got my bottle of Alpha Cool fluid handy, but they have some completely transparent fluid that looks like water but isn't. There are other brands that sell similar. I wouldn't recommend doing it unless you have a major problem. You are unlikely to need to. It's more that it's there in case you ever do need to. And at that point, if you think you need to, you're probably going to be asking an expert anyway. You're probably not going to be doing it on your own. You do not use distilled water, because that will cause problems over time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit of this, which is my AAT2250. And this time we're going to let it soak onto the paste a little bit longer. And the reason we want it to soak into the paste is because AAT2250 actually emulsifies the leftover thermal paste. And so we let it soak in for a little bit, and you'll see it's starting to look a bit manky and weird. It's not quite Vigo's favourite time of the stream, that's going to come later. It is, however, Stranded's favourite time. The return of the manky cloth. That's right, it's here. The manky cloth has arrived again. Yes, again. And you see, leaving that to soak in a little bit, that paste, which was pretty much rock hard a minute ago, is just sort of scrubbing off. Now, it's not all coming off, and that's fine, that's to be expected. It's mostly coming off. Incidentally, I'm curious as to why the paste on here was basically rock hard, when this machine won't have been assembled more than, what, a couple of months ago? Paste should not dry out that quickly in my experience. So I'm a little curious about what paste this is. I'm not expecting an answer on stream. But I'm going to ask questions off stream and see if I can find out why this paste would be so dried up and hard so quickly after assembly. Because I wouldn't have expected that. And what I'm going to do is just put a little bit more on. I have got a spare bottle because this bottle is all but empty now. So just going to get rid of all the old crusty bits of paste. Now at this point, you can see the cloth is making it worse. That is because the manky cloth is officially too manky. Therefore, we break out the less manky cloth. The cloth will not be retired. The manky cloth remains because you use the manky cloth to get off the big lumps of paste. Nikos, no, the paste is almost certainly not poor quality. The guys who designed this system have almost certainly put a lot of care and attention into the paste. I'm just curious about why it is the way it is, and I'll be asking them questions off stream. Not the Pokemon Wick, but welcome on in. Wick hasn't seen the manky cloth before, clearly. This is the manky cloth. The manky cloth, which gets larger and more manky. See? The manky cloth. Exists for removing... Oh no, this is a special cloth wick. This is not a household manky cloth. That is a dedicated thermal paste manky cloth. Dedicated manky cloth just for the removal of thermal paste. Stranded has experienced the delights of the manky cloth in person. You know it's the manky cloth when you fold it, it starts getting stuck together. Yes, exactly. That's why it's the manky one. It's gaining self-awareness, probably. I visited Stranded a couple of years ago when he was having problems with his previous laptop. And he wanted to try a different thermal paste, and I've got some really high-performance thermal pastes here. So I hopped on the motorbike one day, and I rode up to see him. And I took with me the magic cooling bag, full of magic cooling equipment, including the manky cloth, the not so manky cloth, and the emergency spare brand new cloth. The glorious magic cooling bag, yes, exactly. That is not me breathing all over the microphone. That is the sound effects within the music. This beast is very large. Does it work on humans? You need cooling all the time? Quite possibly. So Luvelin, the not quite so manky cloth is the future manky cloth. The clean one is the future not quite so manky cloth. We abandoned the manky one in favour of the less manky one, yes. I don't think we needed to break out the clean one. But we definitely went with the less manky one. But that's my standard procedure. Use the manky cloth until it's no longer removing things and adding things back instead. Then switch to the less manky cloth. Now, I know you can't see a lot here. But again, what I'm going to do at this point is just spin this back around. And try not to knock all the screws everywhere. So. Up the top here again. Up the top here. Bearing in mind this is also the wide angle lens we're using on this camera phone. This is not the standard lens, it's the wide angle one. We're up the top. We've taken our liquid cooler out, we've cleaned it all up. Done any maintenance we need to do. We're just going to gently place it back in. Go straight down. Drops into its slot. Almost like it was made for it. Feels like I've gone for CNC. What gave it away? What gave it away? trying to find the right screws for the right bits. I think I've got the 4 correct screws. These were the silvery ones. Oh yeah, it sounds good in the background. So, the silvery screws, 4 of. One goes here. I'm not going to do them up tightly, I'm going to half do them up. And I'm going to do them opposite corners. Not because you need to with this, but because it's not bad practice to do so. With anything like this that's square, or like with a car wheel or anything like that, Strand will be right back, no worries. If you want to make sure it goes in straight and proper, and you can't be sure, always go diagonally across. Is there a reason they're silvery, or is it just for aesthetics? That's a question I cannot answer. I suspect the answer is they had a large bag of the silvery screws already, and they were therefore able to use them for this project. I would love to see 1 screw for everything, but it's not feasible. Is isopropyl alcohol the only way to clean a USB or a jack? I wouldn't use isopropyl alcohol for that at all. If you think you've got dirt on electrical contacts, I would go to an electronics shop. We're not going to play that track because that's our ending song and we aren't ending. I would go to an electronics shop and I would buy contact cleaner spray. Because contact cleaner spray, as the name suggests, is designed for cleaning electrical contacts. You can get it in little cans. Some of it's designed that you spray it on and let it dry on its own. Other is designed that you spray it on and then wipe it off. If you've got to wipe it off, it's not too easy inside of a USB connector. So we've got our 4 screws on there. That is fine. That is all I need to do with that. Now, what I should do at this point, and I'm going to get shouted at for not doing, is I should go ahead and put the lid on. However, what I'm going to do instead, because I want to see how this actually fits in, is I'm going to grab this air filter. This air filter which you should slide in from the back. And I'm going to see if I can just place it in on the top there. It appears that I can. And I can then just do the screw up at the back, which you can't see very well. I'm just doing it finger tight at the moment. I'll do it up with a screwdriver once we've spun this around. You can just about see... No, you can't. Now you can just about see the screw here. So, we'll do this back up. Now, I probably shouldn't have put that on until I put the lid on, but I'm going to do it anyway. Sorry, John. Not sorry. So that's screwed into place in one place. This is where I get yelled at and told, but the lid won't fit on top of it. What am I getting attacked by now? I'm getting attacked by my coffee again. Where did I put the lid? Where did I put the lid? Ah, I put it in the windowsill. The coffee's mad I'm not drinking it. Yeah, probably. Okay, no, I can't put the filter on first. Because I've just realised, if I put the filter on first, the filter blocks the screw holes for the lid. No, it wasn't behind me. It was in the windowsill. Right, the filter's coming back off. Because if I do it that way, I can't get the lid on. Now, I don't think there's any cable routing that needs to be done there. Why did I want to put it on first? Just to see if I could. Just to see if I could. What I'd neglected to notice, of course, is those two screws there are hidden by the fan filter. And they're important for keeping the lid on. See, what a lot of people don't realise is that part of what I do is I take these things apart, I look for ways to deviate from the instructions and see if I can break things. And then I report back to people and say, you know, I shouldn't have been able to do this and I was, or I should have been able to do this and I couldn't, or I should have been able to do this and I could. And then I get yelled at for doing things I shouldn't have done. Now, was it these little countersunk screws? They don't look like countersunk holes. I don't think it was. I think the countersunk screws go elsewhere. Which means it was probably these two. What are digital horses? So, Vigo plays a lot of online games. Vigo was streaming Black Desert Online once. Whilst streaming Black Desert Online, somebody said to him, "Did you know that you can ride your horse into the water and it will drown and die? And you shouldn't do that." That screws in, that looks about right. Flangs are going to head for bed, no worries, Seamus. No worries at all. So, instead of doing what most people would have done at this point, and saying, "Oh, that's a shame, I should not drown my horse, poor horse." No. What did Vigo do? What did I do? I broke the camera. Just bear with me. Let me get that fixed. You can all have some coffee whilst I'm fixing the camera. Don't hit the button on the camera to kill the camera app. That's bad. Wick prefers tea. You can have a cup of tea then, Wick. Everybody else is going to have coffee. So, what did Vigo do? Vigo immediately went and found his horse and promptly rode it straight into the nearest lake. And entirely as expected, the poor horse died. At which point we declared that Vigo was never allowed a horse ever again. Tea for all, especially the Americans, says Wick. He was sad about it. Yeah, but you can't be too sad when you're the one who drove it. Rode it. Right, this will not fit because the camera's in the way. It will, however, now fit. And I can just screw it straight back in. Yes, that is why he tries to drown the horse in every game now, Llewellyn. Because somebody once told him he could do it in Black Desert and he tried it and it did. So, got our top panel on, got our top fan filter back in. While we're here, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this too well. Can you send me some stickers? I mean, I have some stickers already. I have a large collection of Alienware stickers. While we're here, I'm going to put the bottom fan filter back in as well. Because otherwise I'm going to forget. And then I'm going to wonder why the fan filter is not in. That one just slides into the bottom just like that. You do the screw up, And it is in place. And just to complete the set, the front magnetic fan filter just slots into place, clips in with the magnets, and you can sort of see it's in there. There's a little tab I was saying about at the top. You just pick that out. You can see the magnets are nice and strong. They hold it in place. I know it was right on the edge, but you could see, so it was fine. Trying to make room in the workshop. Yes. Yes, I am. I'm running out of space. Right. These annoyingly delicate cables can go out of that hole where they're not going to get in the way. What can I put back in next to make a bit more space? I know. I can take these two bottom fans. And shove the graphics card cable out of the way over there. So these fans you'll be able to see better now. Can't quite get that out of the way, but... oh no, I can. If I don't catch it on those cables, I can shove that through there temporarily. Couple of surface scratches there, not a problem. So you can see a bit better now. If we move this down a bit. Down in the back of here. Just locking everything off on the camera again. I don't have one of these posh ones where you can move things constantly. What you can see down here are these little shaped holes. 4 of. And those little shaped holes are there to fit the little tabs you can see sticking up on here.
Headshot.
So what happens is those little tabs slot into those slots there. The fan bracket goes back. And you can see it's just kind of flapping loose here. You push it down. And we're back with a blue tab policy. The 2 blue tabs lock into place. That's now not going anywhere, that's in place. And Jailson, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. Where do you have the DVD drive or the floppy drive? What you do is you take your DVD drive or your floppy drive and you go to your nearest recycling centre and you ask them at the recycling centre, where do I put the e-waste? And they will tell you, and you huck the floppy drive and the DVD drive into the e-waste. That's where you put your DVD drive and your floppy drive. Now, looking at this, I'm pretty sure it was these nice black flat screws. So we're going to put these in here. When I finish dropping them on the floor. And getting attacked by the other fans. I do love that every screw on this seems to be the same thread and the same head type. They're different styles of head, but they all seem to be M3 threads apart from the ones for the Wi-Fi cards and the SSDs. And they all seem to have Philips 2 head type. And I really like that as standardization. I really, really like that. It makes life so much easier. And it means if you accidentally put the wrong screw in the wrong hole, it will probably still work. Again, thank you to the engineering team who was sensible enough to do that. Big thumbs up for that. So, what I now need to do is figure out where these cables should have gone. I am fairly certain that these lighting connectors go through this hole. What I'm going to find out later is that none of these are in the right places anymore. But there's cable clips everywhere. Why do they make a whole case of screwdrivers? Because you can also use it on the laptop, which is going to have different things in it. And, because if they give you an entire screwdriver set, it can become your go-to screwdriver for everything, forevermore. Every time anything needs to be screwed in or unscrewed, you can reach for your Alienware screwdriver. Now, I am not sure that's going to work too well here, because I think I may have got some connectors. No, I think I can get to all the cable connectors that are down there. I think those are supposed to be routed there, that's fine. Oh, that's serial ATA power. Right, that makes sense. That's why it goes multiple directions. I do not like this. Purely because it's one cable that goes in two different directions and does two different sets of things. Other than that, it's awesome. But I don't like the fact that it splits in two directions, because you can't just route it one way. So annoyed by me using another brand on my stream, then I want to use Alienware on every stream. Possibly. Possibly. Yeah, that power connector is the only one I'm not thrilled about. But it's okay. It works. So, what do we need to do next? I think we need to put more stuff back in the system. Now, looking at the cabling, I'm trying to figure out what needs to go back through which holes. Motherboard while I have space. That's what I'm thinking, Frog. But I'm not ready to put the motherboard back in yet. And actually, before we put the motherboard in, we're going to put things in the motherboard. So let's prep the motherboard. Let's get it ready to put back in. Let's bring in the motherboard. I'm going to turn it around that way, just to make it easier to access, and I'm going to bring the camera down. That's about as good as we're going to get, I think. So, you got this motherboard, which has got some supports on the back of it that I hadn't noticed, some rubber supports. Now, these possibly serve two purposes, these rubber supports. Purpose number one is just to make sure it's got something sturdy to stand on and it's not vibrating against the case. But purpose number two may well be for blocking airflow that they don't want going in different places. Now, quick swig of the coffee. That is required. The coffee has again been swigged. And now what we need to do, bring this a little bit closer. And let's get the Arctic Clean back out. And get some on this CPU die. Well, the heat spreader. This is not the die, it's the heat spreader. So we're going to leave that on there for a moment. Boy, Frog handing out safety tips, very nice. And what that's going to do is that's going to start to emulsify the thermal paste that's on there. You can see it's slowly starting to go a bit more liquid and manky. You may not have a particularly good view. I can't bring the camera down anymore, unfortunately. I will lift this up carefully, trying not to pour all of it off the side. You can see the paste that was completely solid is now starting to go more liquidy. And And that's good. We want it to be liquidy. So that we can bring in... You guessed it. It's that time. It's Stranded's favourite part of the stream again. The return of the manky cloth. You can see that's made a mess of everything. But that's fine, because it's also taken out most of the thermal paste. And that's what we want to do, is to get rid of most of it. So we can then bring in the cleaner cloth. And just go around the edges of the socket cover. We don't need to worry about getting down inside these gaps, because nothing's going to be down there anyway. We don't actually need to clean off this socket cover. Yes, the less dirty cloth. The cleaner cloth. It's cleaner than the other one. So now what you can see, and again, I'm going to pop this out of the socket, but you shouldn't do this unless you absolutely need to. Because this is the most delicate part of the whole lot. And I'm immediately going to move that out of the way so I don't drop anything on it. So this is our processor. You can see it's an Ultra 9 285K. You can see there's a bit of muck on the sides there. It's not the end of the world. I will give it a bit of a clean. Because whilst it's not the end of the world, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. If it's not worth doing, give it to somebody else. Now, there's two ways of figuring out which way up these should go in the socket. The correct way is that you'll note that on this chip there's a hoofing great big arrow. Hoofing great big arrow down in this corner here. And if we look very carefully on the motherboard socket, there is an equally hoofing great big arrow down the bottom corner there. That is not helpful though, because when the socket's open so you can put the chip in it, you can't see the arrow because the socket's open. You know, because when it's open like that, you can't see the arrow. See? How are you supposed to see the arrow now? You can't. So the other way to do it, as I mentioned earlier, is that there's little notches on the edge of the circuit board on the CPU. Let's see if I can get you a better view of it. Where I put my pointed screwdriver. There's a little notch just down here that you can see the screwdriver will actually sit in. And there's an equally similar little notch up the top here. And there's two little plastic lumps. Do not ever do this. There's a little plastic lump just there, and there's an equally similar little plastic lump just down there. Never do that. Don't be putting your screwdriver anywhere near that socket. Because if you slip, that's it. Your socket's toast. And so's your motherboard. So that sits nicely in there. You can see it slots straight into the socket. That goes on down. And then this lever, you've got to put some force on it. Because this is spring-loaded. And that locks under the side hook there. And you can see that's now in. French game time, second monitor. Thank you, Wick. Enjoy the lurk. So, I'll give that one little clean there. We are going to clean it a bit more in a minute. I'll show you that when we get to it. But while we're here, let's look at this motherboard in a bit more detail. So at the top here, we've got some power connectors. Those are important. They provide power to the processor. We've got some big, beefy heat sinks here to keep all the voltage regulators. Handling of the processor pins just made you run. Well, the thing is, Twitch, I do this so that you guys don't have to. I've been doing this many, many years. And I do it so you guys don't have to. So you can see we've got our power sockets there. These heatsinks cool the voltage regulation modules, which regulate the voltage that goes to the CPU so that it's got enough power to do what it needs to do without overheating. Over here we've got our memory slots. Two of. I know people are going to say, well, why has it only got 2, not 4? Well, actually, for best performance, you only want 2 memory slots these days. And you want both of them populated with matching sticks. I showed you earlier when I took the memory out, but memory slots have got these little clips on the end. And to put the memory in, we're not going to leave it in there now, but you basically take your memory chip, or memory board, line it up, slot it into the 2 little notches. I'll just see if I can show you that a bit better. There's little notches, top and bottom. You slide the module in there. And then you push gently down until you hear both sides click. That bottom one wasn't clicked in properly, so I always make sure they're clipped in properly with my fingers afterwards. You just got my Discord notification. Only 3 hours, 15 minutes late. So, that's that one in. And we do the other one the same way. You just slot it in one end, and slot it in the other end. Push it down on both. You hear 2 nice loud clicks. That tells you the module's in place. Now, as I said, we're not going to leave those in there, because whilst I'm manhandling this to get it back in the motherboard, back in the case, I don't want to be potentially damaging the memory as well, so I'm going to take that back out. But those are your memory slots. You've got your CMOS battery here. This is awesome. I love that they've put a cover over it. I absolutely love that they put a cover over this battery. Really nice attention to detail there. Now, is that a standard blue clip policy? It is a blue clip. Is this the Dell blue clip policy kicking in again? Do we squeeze these in order to loosen up the battery couple? We do. You squeeze the 2 together, the battery couple will pop off, and you can see it's just a standard 2032 inside there. But I love that they put the little black cover over it. That's nice. That's a good touch. I love that. Got all these connectors down the edge. More power here. Some fan connectors at the top. Those are for the 3 fans for your liquid cooler, which are all one piece, if you remember we saw earlier. Everything here is labelled. That's quite nice. That's labelled USB 2. Nice. There's obviously a USB 2 connection somewhere. Possibly for the Alien FX board. Probably not, though. That's ELC, so that's one of the custom connectors. That's one of the ones in the case. No, it's the RGB that started at 4. As you can see, you got fan 4 here. Fan 8 next to it. And you got some more power connectors. You got your front USB-Cs. You got your front USB-A down here. Down at the bottom, you got power supply data cable. That's the one I said I'd like to see a retaining clip on the other side to hold it into the power supply better. We will check that before we finish putting everything back together. There's fan 5. One of your SATA connectors. Your SATA power, or SATA power. Then the other 2 connectors for the 2 SSDs. There is fan 6. You got your ELC data. That's another one of the custom cables. There's your Wi-Fi card slot with the little standoff that it screws into. That's your cable clip. You got fan 7 here. You got the top panel audio, TIO, not FIO, because TIO is top IO, top input output. It'd be FIO if it was front. Glacial, welcome on in. How you doing? Got a couple of PCI Express slots here. They're only little 4X jobbies, but that's fine. You've got your SSD slots here, and I am very pleased to see screws in these SSD standoffs. Very pleased to see screws there. Falling asleep. Well, fall asleep with the sounds of Command & Conquer. And me dismantling a computer, or putting it back together anyway. And then up here, got our primary SSD slot, which is the Gen 5 one, again, with the screw hole. Now that looks like a screw, but that's because it's a screw hole that's also a screw. Doesn't make any sense? Well, what it is the standoff can be removed by sticking a screwdriver into it. That one's done up by the Hulk, and I'm not going to break that. But essentially, you could remove the standoff if you wanted to move it down here for a 30mm long SSD by getting a screwdriver straight into the top of it and unscrewing it. But the inside of that is also threaded for the SSD retaining screw to screw into. They're really cool. It saves having this be a hex nut and saves then having to get a spanner on it or a socket or anything silly like that. No, you just got a nice threaded hole. The screwdriver sits in there nicely. You can unscrew it, you can move it down there if you need to. Got our liquid pump power, we've got our CPU fan, got our pump LEDs on this connector. And then you can see we've got motherboard screws with nice big circles around them. And up here, you can see you've got your numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. If which part breaks, the standoff, you could pick up another standoff, yes. You've also got 2 down with the other SSDs. So if you're not using all 3 slots, I'll show you with this one. That flex on the motherboard was scary. But if you take the screw, you take the screwdriver. If the screwdriver stays together, and you use it to remove the screw from inside the standoff, you can see that the standoff there has also got the cross head indentation in it. So I'm just going to put this screw back in. You always unscrew it a little bit just to make sure it drops into the slot properly, and then you can screw it in properly. I do not like doing this because those rubber pads on the other parts mean that these parts have got a lot of flex. It'd be much better to do that in the case where the whole motherboard is supported properly. Don't do it on the desk like I'm doing here. Do it the proper way, guys. Do it properly. So, I think what we're going to do now is we're going to put the motherboard back in. And to do that, I need to stand up again. And remove the motherboard from the work area. Remove the screwdriver from the work area. Move the camera back up a bit. Oh, for getting his command in there. And what we do is we just roll the case down flat. I swear this thing gets heavier every time I move it. And we're going to pop the liquid cooler pump out before we do some damage to that. Ideally not touching the copper, but we did, but we're going to clean it anyway, so it's not the end of the world. So, getting the motherboard back in at this point. Here is our motherboard. Let's see if I can just readjust this a little bit. What's that getting caught on? Something. Okay. So we're going to lift this bit up. I'm going to slide the motherboard down. And carefully moving some cables out of the way. Going to jiggle it all back into place. Now, got all these cables down the bottom here that we just need to readjust as well. Because you've got to make sure you don't trap any of the cables. Make sure you don't damage any of the connectors. And you should find that everything lines up neatly, like that. It does appear to have lined up properly. Just make sure I'm not caught on any cables on the back. No, I'm good. And one of the ways you know it's lined up properly is because this side panel piece here fits into the slot. This is where I need 6 hands. Nah, 6 hands is not necessary now. What is the jiggle you speak of? Yes. Okay. That's back in place. So. We are going to grab all the motherboard screws, all 9 of them. If anybody does have any questions about anything, by the way, do throw them into chat. Why would one take apart a brand new Alienware? Multiple reasons, Jedi. Welcome on in. Reason number 1, to show you guys what it's like inside, how it's made, how it's put together. Reason number 2, I'm a massive geek. Reason number 3, Twitch content. But most importantly, you know how we keep saying that Alienware is one of the companies that actually listen to their users and listen to the feedback they give? Well, guess who gives them a load of feedback on things? Yeah, Muggin's here. Vigo usually wakes up to a large mug of coffee and a whinging DM from me. Most days. And that whinging DM usually contains feedback about one product or another. And I've been told I'm not only allowed, but encouraged to say this. On this occasion, they actually sent me this computer for free for me to take apart, look inside, figure out what I think of it, and give them feedback on. They were not necessarily aware that I would live stream it, but they were fully aware that they were sending it to me so that I could rip it apart and mess around inside it. So big thanks to Alienware for hooking me up with this system. Very kind of them. If there's no DM, Vigo assumes Discord is broken. Yes. So Alienware were very kind and hooked me up with this system so that I can give them some of that feedback that they love. So there's 9 screws that go into this motherboard. I know you can't see all of them, but they're all the same. They go in the 9 slots, 7 of which have got big white circles written around them, or drawn around them. You need to check your spam filter to make sure it's still working. I resemble that remark. It's not because you got the invitation to this stream. You sometimes get Alienware computers when you using the newest GPU. That's valid. That's absolutely valid. This one has a 5090 we're going to be putting back in later. Now here's the next key question. And this is the one where I'm sure I'm going to get yelled at by at least one person from Alienware. But in the interest of science, would you folk, the viewership, like to watch me take the 5090 apart at some point? Would that be a stream people turn up for? Wife's getting ready for you to take her to dinner. I hope she takes a long time. What you're saying, Vigo, is hurry up and put this thing back together and make sure it still works before you've got to go for dinner. That's what I'm hearing. The answer is yes, you'd like me to take the 5090 apart. I think we might be able to manage that. You want to see the end of the film? Not tonight. No, not tonight. And tonight we're going to have enough to do to get this PC back together. And then once it is back together, I'm going to have to do extensive testing to make sure I haven't broken anything. Order in and do the meal out tomorrow. I don't think Mrs. Vigo would be very happy about that. Mrs. Vigo is incredibly tolerant. In fact, I can say for a fact, Mrs. Vigo is one of the most wonderful people on the planet for being as tolerant as she is. And therefore, if she needs to be taken out for dinner on a Saturday evening, she absolutely needs to be taken out for dinner on a Saturday evening, not delayed until Sunday. Mrs. Vigo is wonderful. Everybody be nice to Mrs. Vigo. So we got our motherboard back in. I think, at this point, we should absolutely do Vigo's favourite part. If I can unhook myself from everything I'm tangled on. I think it is time. Because if you remember, what we did was we removed all the thermal paste from the CPU and the cooler. And that ain't going to work too well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use OnClean Bottle 2, the surface purifier. Actually, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to plug those fan connectors in just to get them out of my way. We can unplug them again later, but for now, let's plug them in just so they're out of the way. There. They are out of the way. Wonder if we reach 900 follows. We'll see. So we're going to put some surface purifier on there. And we're going to bring out the not so manky cloth. And we're just going to wipe the purifier, rub it into the surface. A multi-fan header is genius, yes. And it is literally just 3 fan headers in a single multi-connector. It is 3 individual fan headers in a single connector for the AIO. So again, we're going to put some purifier on. I know you can't see this too well, but I'm kind of holding it at an awkward angle, so let me... There we go. You can just about see that. That's nice and wet. I want to stop that leaking all over the system. But again, we're just going to wipe the purifier off again. And the point of that is just to remove any grease or anything from my fingers. You know, because we touched it a couple of times while we were moving it around. So the idea of that is we make the contact surfaces as clean as we possibly can. Is the front panel I/O all standard and single connector too? Yes, no, and maybe. I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. But we're going to break out the thermal paste. Now I use Kingpin KPX. I import it in 30-gram syringes. It is my go-to paste for everything. Stranded will attest that it helped his laptop, which was having problems when we put some on that. And I'm going to have to move this a bit just so that I can actually get to what I'm working on. So, yeah, a slightly zoomed out view, I'm afraid. Worked very well, yeah. Kingpin, or Vince, as his real name is one of the best overclockers in the world. Stranded is not gone, he's here, right above you. And KPX is his own custom designed thermal paste. And I buy it in these massive 30-gram syringes. And it's this lovely blue colour. You can tell when someone's used KPX on a system.
And destroy. Creation of a humanoids. Power to overwhelm and destroy.
So I put a nice line on there. Now I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. I think it's probably not, so we might need some more. So I'll keep that handy. A moth has decided to enter the workshop. That's rude. Now one of the beauties of KPX, you'll have to excuse the rustling, is that when you buy KPX, it comes with a spreader. And the idea of that is that you can just spread it. This is the bit Vigo really loves. That nice slow spread. As you drag the paste across, bit by bit. A bit like icing a cake. You want to see a nice layer on all of it. I'm probably going to want some more paste on here. That's fine. See, I could spread it out more, but actually, paste is cheap. You saw the moth earlier in the stream. Yeah, I've got the window open. It's a bit warm in the studio. So I'm just going to put another thin line up the middle here. Now, common misconception. People think that's too much paste. You shouldn't use that much paste. You cannot have too much paste. Too much paste is not a thing. Too much paste is absolutely not a thing, and there are reasons why. As you can see there, we've now got a nice layer. You can't see the chip at all. You can't see the chip at all underneath it. That's how you want it to be. You don't even need to pre-spread it. I like to pre-spread it. And the reason I like to pre-spread it is so that I know that I've got an even layer over everything. You do not have to. You can put an X shape on there, or you can put a couple of lines on there, or you can put a big dot in the middle, although the big dot in the middle is no longer the recommended approach. But as long as you've got enough paste on there, I like to pre-spread it just so you get that nice even layer. If you can still see the computer, you don't have too much paste. Correct. So, when I say you cannot have too much paste, what I mean is, if there is too much paste, then when you start screwing the cooler down, it's just going to get pushed out anyway. Now you can't see very well because of all the light, so let me see if I turn a couple of these off, just quickly. There you go, you can see the colour a bit better there. Nope. You should be able to see it's a nice blue colour. I'll turn the lights back on. But that's how you know people have used KPX. It's because you'll see that lovely blue colour on the paste. And in fact, I can show you on the manky cloth where I wiped off the... There you go, you can see it's blue up here where I wiped off the spreader. So, what you then do is you bring your cooler in very carefully and you just line it up. I'm lining it up. Now, as we said earlier, you've got little numbers on the motherboard and numbers on the heatsink. When you do the screws up, you do them up in number order. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to break out the big screwdriver for this. So we're going to do a couple of turns just to get it seated on one. The next one is going to be 2, which is going to be this far corner. You want to make sure that's seated properly. It's then going to be 3, which is down here, which is the hardest one to get to because of the tubes. But with a bit of finagling you can get to it. And then 4 up this top corner here. And what you're trying to do is you're just trying to get it seated a bit. And what that does is that starts to put flat pressure on. Now we're going to do a couple of turns at a time on each of them in order. And by doing a couple of turns at a time, it takes it down nice and flat. And what this is doing underneath here is it's pressing the cold plate down against the processor. The screws will bottom out against the motherboard and the case. So I can now do the last little bit all the way. The screws will bottom out and the springs will then hold it at the correct tension. Because you don't want it over tight, otherwise you risk bending your motherboard, possibly bending and damaging the chip. You don't want it over loose. So I'm just going to go back once more and just do a quarter of a turn, make sure they're all properly bottomed out and tight. Bash the camera a couple of times. And there you go. So, that's your liquid cooler back on. And of course what we need to do now is we need to plug these connectors in. Now, you'll see as well they're colour coded. You've got this small grey one, goes in the small grey socket. Just like that. Got this slightly larger grey one, goes in the larger grey socket next to it. You can see down there. Then the right sockets, they'll only go in one each. They're colour coded. There is a fan socket there that we aren't going to use because this is a liquid cooled system. But if you had an air cooled version, which I'm hoping there won't be, but if there is, you could potentially have an air cooler on there. There's a socket there for an air cooled CPU fan instead. And lapping your coolers, worrying about breaking the retention clips. Yes, that's why we don't do that. So, that's back in. So far, so good. Now, I'll tell you, I'm not going to need to go to the gym at all this week. Now what we do is we have a bit more coffee. Not that I go to the gym anyway, but if I did, I wouldn't need to go to the gym this...
Y'all son of a bitch.
Just do it up. Just do it up.
Every encounter's gonna be that much more difficult.
Big props, of course, to the coffee cup, which has still got the coffee warm in it now. It's still a nice drinkable warm temperature. Been doing this nearly 4 hours, the coffee is still warm.
It's more like a isn't that what it is at the end?
How much coffee is left? I'm not sure. But what's left is still warm.
A little bit left, honey.
There were 3 mugs worth in the coffee cup.
I'm so sure.
2 GDI bases rest on ground. I have chosen to be the temple of my cradle of Nod.
Okay. I think this might be the outtake song from the game.
I hope I can trust you with this. GDI.
So I'm just trying to adjust this a bit, because we're going to have to stand the system up again. Let's just bounce on from that one, because that's silly outtakes. Alright. This system gets heavier every time I pick it up. Okay. Still being warm's a good sign. Yeah. Technically has more stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's got a motherboard, it's got paste. As the fans have gone back in, or some of them have. Right. I think we need to be around the other side. Which means yet again the camera arm is in the way. I picked up a big frame to put around the desk for this sort of stuff. It's helping a lot, but it's also not helping, because it keeps getting... well, not in the way, but this system is just so big. So, Jedi, you were asking front panel connectors. And I said yes, no, and maybe. So, these USB-Cs, absolutely standard. Absolutely standard connectors. This USB-A is not, however, it's a better connector than the standard ones. And they do sell a conversion kit, so you can have this connector hooked up to a standard ATX motherboard if you wish to. I'm going to shove. That cable back through there. Because that needs to be back through there. And this one is the ELC data cable. So what we have here... so this is the Alien FX control board. Power reset LED, yes. So I'm getting to that. This Alien FX control board handles all the custom Alienware stuff. You've got your front panel, side RGB, power button and everything on this one cable. Comes into this board. Your fan LEDs connect to here. Your other fan LEDs connect to here. They are 5-pin custom. But what Alienware also sell is a conversion kit, which plugs into, I think, that connector there and that connector there. And on the end of those cables you get standard plugs that would go into a standard motherboard. So there's a harness that plugs into this one that gives you your power button and your power LED. Because you don't have a reset button on this anyway. You just got the Alien head power button. So there's a cable that connects to that gives you 4 individual pins that you would plug onto the normal motherboard. I believe there's also a cable that breaks out here somewhere to... I think it's either a USB or it's an RGB header or a fan header or something like that. I haven't got the kit yet. I will be getting it. I will be sharing photos on Discord when I do get it. But there is a full conversion cable set for it that you get. And the other thing it converts is the USB 3, this one, from this connector with the locking tab on it to a standard USB 3 front panel. The rest of it is already standard. But those little bits, they've got conversions for that you can buy as a kit, so you can use any motherboard off the shelf in this if you want. That's why I said the answer is yes, no, and maybe. Because it's never as easy as just a plain yes. Now, what we have here are some cable clips. Now that ELC one comes down to here. So let's plug that in. Like that. And the rest of that goes out the front. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that Alienware were very keen to make sure of. Is that when you come to want to replace your motherboard, you can keep the case, you can keep the front panel lighting and everything if you want it. Also, because this was made specifically for this system, all these cables are exactly the right length to go where they need to go. You don't have miles of spare cable doing nothing. So this one just routes straight down here. I'll shove the other end of that through a little bit further. Oh, and my camera appears to have frozen. Let me figure out why that is. I'm still here. The camera is not. Bear with me, folks. Coffee o'clock. The poor camera's been doing a lot of work. And there we go. Hello. So, all I did was I routed this cable down through here. These USB cables. You can just about see this channel here is labelled top I/O module. Top of it's kind of blocked off by one of the connections, or one of the clips. But top I/O is the USB connections, and they will all just route straight down through this nice channel here. Like that. They'll clip neatly into place. I believe they probably go through this hole here. We'll find out in a minute, around the other side. If they're in the wrong one, we can adjust them, but I think that's the right hole for them. They should probably all be flat rather than sticking out, but that looks okay. Oh, there we go. Actually, I didn't want to push that bit of the grommet through. I wanted that to stay this side. There we go. Cool. So those are routed through. Now we can see this is labelled CPU power for this channel. Some of these cables are labelled CPU 1, CPU 2. I'm therefore going to assume, the clue being in the name, that they run up through the CPU power channel. Just like this. Which means they'll go through here. There's another clip at the top there. And they won't go down the side of the case there. That's not where that... Okay, that's annoying. The one hole that shouldn't have been able to fall into, it did. They go through that hole. So we can clip those in. These next ones are labelled motherboard power. Well, these are labelled ATX. That's graphics power, so that's fine. So the motherboard power cables will come up here. And go through that hole. I think they go through that hole. We'll find out when we're the other side. They may not, they may need to go through that grommet. We'll check on the other side in a minute and then we'll reroute them if necessary. We've got our graphics power cable, which is already going through the correct hole anyway. Then we've got our power supply data cable, which I believe goes through this hole. Because there's a gap the other side, and I'm just going to check.
First blood.
Vigo, thanks for throwing more bits at me, buddy. That's very kind of you. I'm just going to check that that power supply data cable is actually plugged in. It is, cool. Because that was a bit loose when we got there earlier. Now, what we're also going to do is look at these fans, or these fan power cables, and see where they think they might go. I think they need to go to these two. It's not labelled, but I'm going to assume the short one goes on the bottom. Wait, is that the short one or is that the longer one? That may be the longer one. I think that may be the longer one, actually. Fundamentally, it's not going to matter that much because they're the same zone anyway. Wife is ready. Hello, Mrs. Vigo. Thank you for letting Vigo stay out and play with us. I'm actually not going to route them through there because I'm not sure they needed to route through there. Geeky, welcome on in. I think they can just go straight there. Ray is throwing some bits in, that's very kind of you. Very, very kind indeed. Yes, the camera clamp did suffer. The camera clamp broke.
Killing spree.
The camera clamp did break earlier. We had to replace it with the emergency backup spare. Geeky coming in with those bits as well. You are far too kind. Kicking off a hype train. Thank you very much, guys. Vigo's going to lurk. That's cool. Enjoy the lurk, Vigo. So, I think this was routed through here. Looking at the shape on that cable. Now, we are still missing the lighting ring that we had issues with earlier. Or the lighting bar. So we better put that back in. That's this bit. And what we do is we shove that cable through the hole at the back. It's got two little clips that go into two little slots. Then it screws in. We should really be doing this flat, but we're not. And that's where the countersunk screws came from. Because you can see the socket over on the right there is countersunk. It's got that nice little angle on it. You've been sleeping and cuddling the cat. I mean, that's fair. That's absolutely a valid thing to be doing. So, what we're going to do is just pop these screws back in. You're not going to be able to see too much here. Unless I do it that way. Being countersunk, as it goes in, it will lift up the bar a little bit. You did indeed miss the thermal paste. Again, the screw goes in, it will pull the bar up into line as it goes. Oh, I mean, the manky cloth can come back any time. Behold, the manky cloth. John is still here. Has that ever been washed? Multiple times, Geeky, but thermal paste doesn't come out easily. Okay, so this USB 3 connector needs to go down a grommet. That can go back through the hole. These power connectors need to go up a grommet. They can go back through the hole as well. We'll deal with them later. This cable here, the ELC data, goes into here. You can see that because it's labelled ELC data. That's another thing they've done really well with this, is labeling as much stuff as they have done. There's little labels on the motherboard that say ELC data or USB 2 or whatever. Tells you exactly where to plug things into. Things like that fan connector there. That one there. They can go up. Now, for cable routing, you have to bear with me, I'm just shoving things back the other way. Making sure the cables aren't tangled and knotted where they don't need to be. Because nobody needs the cables to be knotted or tangled. We have a 4-pin and we have an 8-pin. And Corn, welcome on in. Coming in with that hello. I'm going to plug that connector in. Right up here in the corner, there's 2 power connectors.
First blood.
That's one in place. And Geeky getting some more bits in. Very kind. Very, very kind. And then the other power connector in next to it. And there we go. So the power connectors are back in at the top there. Got our ELC data, which we'll route through these cable clips. Just to keep it out of the way and tidy. Well, see, we have the manky cloth. We have the less manky cloth. And then in the magic cooling bag, down the bottom there, you can see we have the emergency very clean cloth for when the less manky cloth becomes the new manky cloth. So, the ones I can connect are these USB connections. One's labelled C1, one's labelled C2. Are the ones on the board labelled? They are. C2 goes to the bottom. C1 goes to the top. And they just clip in like that. When the manky cloth sprouts legs and runs away. To be honest, it's not going to sprout legs and run away. What it's going to do is gain its own intelligence and start a revolution. That's what it's going to do. Now, we'll deal with the connectors at the top there in a minute that are missing. Down the bottom here... Oh, why has that got an overlay on it? That shouldn't have an overlay on it. That overlay can go away. That overlay can absolutely go away. Down the bottom here, we have more cabling to tidy. Celtic Seer, welcome on in. You miss a lot of British slang. Now you live in the USA, words like manky. Yeah. The manky cloth is a thing. So, what have we got here? Top I/O audio. Excellent. That goes along here to the top I/O audio connector on the motherboard. Oh. That screw in the corner there is not done up properly. That screw in the corner there is not done up at all properly. Ah, I know why. I need to break out the better screwdriver. I'm actually going to nip around the motherboard screws with this one. And just make sure they're all nipped up properly. The Alienware screwdriver is great,
Headshot.
but for some of these screws that were done up with by the Hulk himself, the pump cover will get wiped when I've finished messing around inside of the system. But not with a manky cloth, no. The pump cover will get wiped when we finish dismantling and reassembling everything, because otherwise what I've done right now, shoving my hands back on the pump cover again, would just undo all the hard work we've just done. So, more connectors down the bottom here. Okay, I think I know why that isn't right. That's concerning. That was the don't do the silly thing that I've just done. We'll loosen these off, because I think what I've managed to do is accidentally trap a connector underneath the back of the motherboard. I have. So, I'm not taking the whole motherboard out, there's no need to do that. But I will take that screw out. That's not Vigo I'm worried about. I'll take these bottom screws out. There we go. It's just a fan connector. Nice and easy. This is why I'm going to be testing this afterwards to make sure it still works. Safety tip. We can do a safety tip. It's one that we actually covered earlier, but you weren't here for it at that time. When you're working inside your computer, I know people say, oh yeah, you don't need it, it's not important, yada yada yada. One of these. Anti-static wristband. I wear one every time I'm working inside a PC. Takes seconds to put on. Avoids the risk of killing anything inside your computer. For a few seconds, it's worth doing. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to note that down. Because if I manage to trap a fan connector under there, again, you can guarantee that a field tech somewhere is going to accidentally do that as well. Now, I'm pretty sure this fan connector goes straight to this hole here, because it's the right length cable, i.e. very short. Sometimes you feel you need to. One is enough. But yeah, if I manage to trap a connector behind the motherboard, a field tech could do that just as easily. This is part of the reason I do this stuff. So that I can figure out the things that the field techs may have problems with when they're trying to do it. And I can say to the guys, okay, make sure this goes in the notes as something that they need to watch for and avoid. Because if they're switching a motherboard, it's a lot of work. And we've been at this 4 hours now to take the whole computer apart and put it back together again. So I'm just plugging in all the cables, most of which are exactly the right length. That one can go back through, it can come through the rubber grommet above. I feel like there should be a fan connector for that. I feel like it might be hanging around in here somewhere. No, because we've got one fan connector there, one fan connector there for two fans. Okay. That'll be a spare. That'll be fine. I suspect that may have been empty all along. Don't trap a connector. That's also a good safety tip, but that's not the tip I was going to go with. Now, I've got this SATA connector as well, which can go straight through there. Fan for the GPU? No. The GPU's fans are powered from the GPU. And powered through this Hoofing Great power connector, which needs to go up through that hole. So, from the other side, there are a couple of cables we put in incorrect locations. That USB 3 connector needs to go through there. These power connectors need to go through here. And Nemesis, welcome on in. So this SATA connector here just runs down to here and is there in case you want to plug a hard drive in the bottom. This power supply data cable, I said that needed to go through there, didn't I? Yep. So we'll route that properly. I'll send it in under here. Clip that back into place. Nice. I got a side light connector here, which drops into there. And the camera is still working good, but wasn't pointing to that part. So the one I just plugged in here was this side light connector. And thank you so much for that follow, Tabusa. Great to have you here. Everything's getting a little bit slow and laggy now. Hope everyone was paying attention. There's going to be a test later. Right, what I'm going to do quickly is we're going to have a quick coffee break whilst I restart the camera, because the poor thing's done a lot of work today. Llewellyn trying to get me in trouble. Didn't take pictures, didn't keep track. Refused to read the manual. Correct. Manuals are not there for reading. Manuals are there for ignoring. I do have a VOD. The first half of the VOD will tell me how I took it apart. Good answer, Llewellyn. Good answer. Very good answer indeed. You're going to need an Area-51 to take the test up. Yes. I'll agree with this.
Everything scorched earth. Give him help. Give him help. I'm afraid the effects
Everyone will. Everybody needs a coffee. That's what everybody needs. My blueberry crumble flavoured coffee is lovely. And still warm in the Alienware mug. Case would like to take the test on a laptop. And Celtic Seer, you're absolutely right. Nobody reads the instructions, but I'll show you when the camera's back up. Something really cool. You having trouble believing me? Let me put it this way, it still tastes like coffee, it is still warm. It is not blisteringly hot, but it's still warm. It's a completely sealed mug that's thermally insulated. Okay. Now the camera has had a quick coffee break. It is a special thermal mug. It is a very cool Alienware First Contact Kit thermal mug. Large enough to hold 3 mugs of coffee. Good enough to keep that coffee warm after 4.5 hours of stream. No, it's not red. Not red at all. It's a very slightly off-black burgundy-ish. But it's almost black. It's just the lighting. But one thing we haven't done yet is we haven't put back in this panel that we took off for the sake of finding out what was behind it. And the answer was nothing. It is this panel, which has little retaining lugs here and here so that you can line it up properly, and it's going to fall off and clobber me on the hand if I don't get a screw in there pronto. So let's get a screw in there pronto before it falls off and clobbers me on the hand. Like that. Told you. It's a slightly... It is black, but with a hint of dark red in it. Because there's 3 million variants of black. There's literally 3 million variants of black. So I'm going to put this panel back on, which supports the motherboard a bit, and gets in the way of the camera when I try and screw it back into place. We are, of course, using the First Contact Kit Alienware screwdriver set. Which, if you buy one of these machines or one of their laptops and you're in the USA or Canada, you'll get a code so you can get one of these absolutely free. They'll even ship it to you. You get a screwdriver, you get the rather cool mug that I'm drinking from. You get a massive desk pad, which I can't fit on the camera right now. And you get this pretty awesome First Contact Team hat as well. Because who doesn't want a First Contact Team hat? Only available to the USA and Canada, unfortunately. Although I am neither. However, I know people who know people. And therefore I was very lucky and they sent me one anyway. Now, one thing that would be nice would be if these connectors were labelled so you knew which one was which. I can understand why they're not, because they're identical fans. But it'd be nice if they were labelled. Again, not that it's likely to matter, because I believe in Command Center they show up as one lighting zone anyway for both the fans, and therefore it probably doesn't matter because you're going to be setting them to be the same anyway. Talking of fans... Oh, don't worry, John's been taking notes all night. Talking of fans... This behemoth. This behemoth. with all these cables coming off of it. And that one down the bottom. Let's move the graphics card power cable out of the way. Zero memory of where these cables are going. 3 of them went out the top, 1 of them went out the bottom. The cables have their own memory. These teardown streams make Geeky nervous. It's alright, Geeky, while you weren't here earlier, we had a vote. We had a quick vote on the next teardown I shall do. It's best you were not here. Well, the upshot of the vote was people said yes. They want me to do a special teardown for a special part of this. They want the 5090 taken apart. And Vigo said yes, he wants it as well. So you can therefore blame Vigo. He wants to see me take the 5090 apart. And he ought to know better. So again, these shrouds just line up and then click into place. Remember how I said about the blue button policy? If there's these little blue buttons, which there are, they are designed to be pushed. And they loosen things. And in come the correct screws. One goes down the bottom here. You love the engineering design of this, whoever made it did a great job. I fully agree. There have been multiple occasions so far tonight where I've said, this particular piece of design is amazing, I love it, thank you so much for doing it. Multiple. You'll make sure the engineering team knows. Yes, please do. Please do. And don't worry, I'm sure that Vigo will pass on a list to you at some point as well. People you don't remember were commenting that the machine using standard parts meant it was basically just an expensive case with a logo. No, it's not. The engineering that goes into making something like this, so that it's both mass producible, absolutely top tier for performance, and will survive being shipped around the world without having to be taken apart and reassembled again on arrival. That is a feat of engineering and a half, seriously. Because you've got to remember, these are assembled in a factory somewhere, and then from that factory they've got to get around the world to various people in various places. You know, it's not just a case of one and done. There is engineering that happens all the way around to make sure that this thing will survive transit around the globe. And when we come back to the other side of it here, and you look at all the nice attention to detail, like these cable channels that are labelled for what goes in them. They're the right length, they've got the right exit holes at the right places. I need to go and plug that USB connector in. I may need a bit more slack on that if there's any. I don't think there's much, but if there is any, I need a bit more. Is the GPU fitted for shipping? Yes. Yes, it is, and I'll show you why it's able to be shipped with the 5090 in here around the world without problems. I will show you how they've managed to make that happen. I am just going to pull the slack from those power cables back because there's a little bit of extra there, which is fine. A little bit of slack did nobody any harm ever. So, back up to this corner. We have 2 fan LED cables. That one's going to go there. That one's longer. It's going to go there. This one, I think actually came from the front, from the motherboard. So I think this actually needs to go back to the motherboard somehow. I don't think there weren't any in these. So I think actually these go back through the holes that I've brought them through to here, and they go to the motherboard connectors. The grey ones definitely go to the lighting board, but I'm pretty sure these black ones go to the motherboard. So just feed them back through the gaps. Now I will say, my cable management in these trays here is not as stellar as Dell's was originally. It's not far off, but it's not quite as stellar as theirs was. If only I'd read the manual. Nah, nobody reads the manuals. I'm going to tuck that neatly into that channel there. There we go. And then these two, I keep fighting with myself about whether I want to put them through there or not. I think I do. I think I do want to run them in there. No, I'm good. I will figure it out. And Felix, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. I'm pretty certain I know where these go. I do know where these power connectors go. One goes there. One goes there. Okay, that I don't think comes around here. No, that can't be right. That's got to come out of this higher grommet. Okay. I wonder if this is the one that goes down to here. I think it must be. Okay. And trapped under other things. No, not quite trapped. Just routed differently. Now, I do need to do one thing quickly. Just bear with me. Because my poor microphone's getting fed up of listening to my voice. And we're back. Had to switch to the backup microphone. This is why you have multiple. So. I'm going to run that fan cable down there. Got a power supply data. Not sure what data we get from it, but there's a power supply data connector here. Which goes into that socket. Is power supply. Ah, no, it's going to be smarter than that. It's going to be much smarter than that. So. Actually, that looks horrible. Now, the advantage of this is it doesn't matter if it looks a bit horrible. But I am going to try and route it a bit better. I'm going to bring it under this slot. There are indeed handy QR codes. And I did explain them to people at the beginning. Ah, well, so, geeky. What you're not realizing is it will look tidy and clean. It will look tidy and clean because our friends from the engineering department very kindly gave us a whacking great chunk of metal which sits across the top of all of this and hides all of that cabling mess, so you won't be able to see it. And therefore it will be neat and tidy because nobody will be able to see it. Because they gave me a whacking great piece of metal to put over the top of it. Love it. 2 thumbs up on that. What Case loves is that I do everything I tell people not to do. Yeah, exactly. But that's because I know that I can get away with it. You should never do this as the second most used phrase of the stream. Third most used. Second most used is what about the manky cloth? Make it fourth, because we've got to give it a wiggle as well. But most importantly, coffee. Coffee is the most important part of the stream. Right. I'm starting to think I don't know if that's long enough to get through here. Down to where I want it on the board. Do not pour coffee into the machine. No, definitely don't. Okay, yeah, that's how that was done. There's even a retaining clip there for it. Cool. Right, that's locked in. Just making sure it's tight. The world should adopt that as the standard for USB 3 connections, by the way. It really should. It didn't make a clicky sound. No, it didn't need to. That's well and truly tight, though, and well and truly in. There we go. Right. I could probably reroute some of those a little bit. I can get those down there properly. That can connect back in. And can drop down the side of there. There we go. That's it. Cool. Okay, so I think we got everything connected here that we need to connect. Apart from maybe one fan connector at the top. There was a fan cable I shoved back down, which I think goes over to here. This one. I'm pretty sure that goes there. And it clips into these nice retaining brackets here. Just to keep it into place, or in place. Now, the other possibility with this one that looks far too long is that instead of going down to the bottom, it's supposed to come up to here. But I'm not sure it's long enough to do that, based on where it comes out of this frame. I mean, it will reach. And if it goes out there, I might look this up later. If it goes out there, it'll come through here. But will it route properly through here? And it'll plug in. But then, is there a routing channel in the back? Because they wouldn't have just left that hanging like that. That doesn't feel right to me. That feels wrong. Yeah, that feels wrong. I'm pretty sure that's not how it goes. I will check back later. I don't think there will be a QR code for this, actually. Besides which, whilst the QR codes are awesome, the QR codes are absolutely awesome for most people. For me on a stream, and you're not going to like me saying this, but for me on a stream, they're actually useless. Because they link to videos. And I can't watch videos whilst I'm on a stream trying to do this. If there were photos and written guides, I would be absolutely great with using them on stream. But I can't stop for 2 minutes to go and watch a video whilst I'm trying to put this all back together. So for me personally, not a lot of use here. But for most people who don't know what they're doing and aren't doing this live on a stream with loads of other people, they're brilliant. I am not the average target consumer for those. I'm fairly sure that goes there. But I will look it up later. So we've got the power cable for the graphics card. That's fine. We've got the world's most annoying cable. But we're not going to deal with that just yet, because what we're going to do before we deal with that is bring in the large chunk of metal. The large chunk of metal designed for hiding a multitude of sins. And I mean a multitude of sins. Okay, yep, so that lines up, slides forward, covers all that stuff so you don't have to see any of it. And then there's 2 screw holes down here at the bottom left. Now, let's find out how many screws we've got left over. And therefore how many screws I've forgotten to put back in. So, just checking to see whether there's any more hiding. Because I don't think I've got the right number here. We've put screws in every part that has needed a screw so far. I haven't dropped any, so I think it's clear to say these 2 match the rest of these card screws. There you go with the graphics card. This one matches those, but that's fine because they're in. Hang on, did I screw in... I did screw in the fan bracket at the bottom, so it's not that good. I think 2 of these go in this end. No, so the one on the right side over here was actually one of the fan ones, and I've screwed that in already. I've already screwed that in, because that's part of this fan assembly. Yes, I did. It's right there. Right there, trust me. It's screwed in. So I'm pretty sure these 2 chunky ones here go down there. Nah, it's all good. And when I say down there, I don't mean they get dropped. I'll break out the screw grabber. I'm going to use the larger, chunkier screwdriver with the slightly magnetic end, because hopefully the magnetic end will do exactly what it did. This is where I'm going to get screamed at about using the wrong screws. Ah, hang on. No, that's not right. That screw does not go there. I know where that screw goes. I know why I have 4 screws the same there. I know exactly why I have those, because what we didn't screw in was the power supply. We didn't screw the power supply back in at the back. Power supply definitely needs to be screwed back in. Yeah, I don't think we have that command, Geeky. These are absolutely the right screws for the power supply. begs the question, which screws do I not have that I should have? And where did they end up? Because that is a screw. That looks like an SSD screw. I've got my Wi-Fi card screw separately over there. Got one here. Got two here that look like they're the same as the graphics card screws up here. Yep. I suspect this is supposed to have a friend, and the two of them are supposed to go down here. And that is not magnetic enough to do that. It fits so well I forgot it wasn't fixed. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's these little ones that go down the bottom here. This happens to Geeky when she does IKEA furniture. What, you lose screws or you end up with spare ones at the end? Okay. I'm fairly sure I should have another one somewhere here. Whether I can find it is a different matter, but I'm fairly sure I should have one. And I'm fairly sure it goes in that last remaining gap there. If it's dropped inside the case, I would hear it rattling as I move the case around. And I did not hear it rattling as I moved the case around. What I can do see, I'm shaking the case and there's definitely no rattling occurring. So it has not dropped inside the case. Now, the other potential is that it's dropped on the floor, which if it has, I will find it at the most inopportune moment when I stand on it and it hurts. And then I will know that I found it. And I will know where it is. Because that's how you find lost screws. They sneak up on you when you least expect it, jump out at you, and then you find them with your feet. Oi, frog nose. So, not the end of the world, because this panel's quite solid anyway. It's not going anywhere. We'll find that screw later. Adam, welcome on in. Good to see you. How's it going? So, we're going to start now with the most delicate and awkward piece of this system. The Wi-Fi card. Dear engineers of the world, please come up with a better connector for these Wi-Fi cards. Because the coax connectors for these are absolutely stupid with a capital stupid. They are tiny, they are delicate, they will break as soon as look at you. I know they're a universal standard, but please come up with a better standard for these. And this is not an Alienware thing, this is a worldwide stupid connectors for Wi-Fi for internal cards standard. Because they are absolutely tiny. You can see there. They're little coaxial connectors. If you don't get them on completely straight, they don't go on at all. So they are on now. but they are annoying, they are stupid, and the world can do better. The world can absolutely do better. These little plastic covers are useful, but again, can take a little bit of finagling and sometimes a little bit of a wiggle to get them to go into place. They are whatever the standard stupid Wi-Fi connectors for laptop cards are. So you put the connectors on, then you put the plastic shielding on, then you put it into place, and then the itty bitty screw holds the whole lot down. They're usually fine when they're brand new, but after they've been in use for more than a few days or weeks, after they've been in use for a while, they break for a pastime. And everybody I know who's ever taken apart a laptop or a desktop that's got one of these in has seen at least one of them rip the connector pad off the board. It is a thing, it happens. It's a known thing, it happens to everyone. And there's a nice cable routing clip there that I can go in. And once again at this point, I am going to impress on everybody the importance of this little box that comes in the box with your PC. This is your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antenna. Do not throw it away. Do not cast it aside. Do not throw the box away with this in. Without this, your Bluetooth signal will be rubbish, your Wi-Fi signal will be rubbish, and you'll complain that everything falls apart and stops working in seconds. Plug in your antennas. Very important. I'll put that to one side. Because we are almost at the point where this is ready to be reassembled. We sent us to an eternity of 72 kbps. Yes. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put back the bottom SSD shield down here. The screws are captive, they stay in the shielding. I'm not taking off the plastic because we're not putting any SSDs in under it. Just going to line it up. Just like that. I love these captive screws. Captive screws are great. They don't come out, you can't lose them. You just do both the screws up there. Remember, if you're not sure how to replace your SSD, scan the QR code. It takes you to a video, tells you how to do it. Or watch this one, because we're about to put an SSD in. We take our SSD. This little beastie. This one's going to go in this top slot, so we're just going to slide it into the slot. You can't see that too well, but I can assure you it goes into the slot, and there's a little screw hole on the end of it. Take your screw, immediately drop it. How many SSD slots? 3. No slots on the graphics card. So once you've dropped your screw and picked it up again, you always sort of go backwards half a turn or so to get it to lock into place. Then you can screw it in. That's your SSD in place. Best place screw could have landed, yeah. If it had gone much further down, it'd have ended up right down in the cavern at the bottom. I'd have had to take things apart to get to it. That would have been a nuisance. This is why, when you guys are doing it, you do all this with the PC on its side flat. We line this up so that the screws go straight through to the screw holes behind. Screw it straight in. Just like that. There's your SSD in place. Now what we do is we take the not so manky cloth, find a fairly clean part of it. In fact, what I'm going to do is break out a completely different cloth, which I use for cleaning phone screens. There we go. Are you happy with that now? Are you suitably satisfied? Good, because right now this PC ain't going to boot. I need to put some memory in. You take our memory, I've shown you this already. Line it up in the slot, top and bottom. Give it a firm push. You'll hear it clicking at each end. I always then just check these clips and make sure they're clipped in. Same again. Line it up. Now memory will only go in one way. The notch is not in the center. So you got to check that you're putting the notch on the right side. I knew where that was going, so I just went straight for it. And then we have one more absolutely beastly component that needs to go back into this system. This thing. The RTX 5090. Now, somebody asked earlier, do they ship this around the world in the PC? And the answer is yes, they do. So when you look at this bracket, you see these 4 spikes? Well, those spikes slot into the 4 holes in here. So the card goes in, this comes in, and those spikes go into the holes and lock it into place. And believe me, I mean lock it into place. It ain't going anywhere when that's locked in. There's also 2 little studs here on the bottom, which lock into 2 notches down here. So all of that on the end of here means that that end of the card is absolutely well supported. What's the size of the 5090? Well, since you asked, it's a foot long without the bracket. Literally a foot long. And it's not 2 slot. It's 2.5 slots. It actually takes up 3. Same size as the 40 series. I think it's a bit bigger. But when I say a bit bigger, I mean a bit bigger compared to some of the Alienware 40 series. But the heatsink is exactly a foot long. And then you've got the bracket on the end as well. Alienware are very good at making their graphics card coolers very small for the power that they can deal with. So what we do is we line this up and we get the connector into the PCIe slot. It'll only go in one way, and that goes in first. Now with that in there, you can just slide this bracket straight in, and that will now support the card. The card is not going anywhere now, that is solid. So what I do next, and I'm going to use the big screwdriver with the magnetic end on it again. What I do next is I screw the screws in at this end. To hold that side of the card in place. And I put a bit of upwards pressure on whilst I'm doing it, just to make sure it goes in. Then over here, this top screw, this one locks into the top of the bracket on the graphics card. So you can see that pulled it down slightly, that tightened it up a little bit more. So we've now got, this is still loose, but everything is locked in place. And the final screw we've got is down here. And this one locks this bracket into place, so the bracket can't slide either. And I'm just going to grab hold of this and make sure it's absolutely solid. So, that card is now so structural that I can move the whole computer with the card. And it's not pulling on the slot. It's bolted to the case on the side. It's bolted to this bracket, which is bolted to the case. That is about as solid as you are ever going to find as a graphics card support mount. You will not find a more solid one than that. And that doesn't feel right. That tells me I put that through the wrong hole there. Let's bring it up through this top hole. Then this plugs in, and you want to make sure it plugs in completely and fully. Now I'm going to take it out again, because you can see there's some little grey stroke white lines on the connector. When you plug these in, you make sure you can't see any of the white or grey. If you see any of the white or grey, your connector's not plugged in properly. And that's where people start complaining about melting connectors and things like that. I do not anticipate that this connector will ever have a problem, because these wires are really nice and thick. They're nice and rubbery as well. That connector went in solidly. No dramas at all. No problems. Nothing to worry about. So, I'm just going to readjust the entire camera rig. Just like that. Get rid of the tape measure, we don't need that anymore. Going to bring this round. Got all of our cabling there. A quick run round, make sure there's no loose screws or anything down the bottom. There are not. Where did Llewellyn think they saw the screw? Because I can't make any screws rattle around anywhere. Top left corner of the table, behind the case near the wall. Do you mean the silver stud in the corner? That thing. Is that what you mean, that stud? Yeah, so that's part of my anti-static mat. That's actually the same as all my wristband is connected to at the front corner. It's the corresponding half to one of these. Besides which, we were looking for a black screw. But it was a good spot. I'll give you points for observation. So, I think everything's hooked up there. Everything that can be. I'm sure I'm going to find a couple of screws when I finish putting everything back together. We've got the white side panel here. It just clips into place. And then all that's left for us to do, and this is going to be horribly glary, so I'm not going to give you a straight-on view of it. It's going to be horribly glary. And it would really help if I don't sit on any of my audio kit, wouldn't it? Trying to figure out what ASI was. It's A51. Yes. So the only thing left to do now. I did warn you there'd be glare. As we take this side panel and just push it in like that. And there you go. That is the Area-51, completely taken apart and completely rebuilt. In a workshop full of various other things. I will clean the glass later. Don't forget to change the knob to the lock position. Correct. Tomorrow I shall check, indeed, whether everything is still working. So, for those who missed it at the start, let me see if I can get the camera to a point where you can see it better. To get these side panels off, you have these wonderful buttons here. You just press the button, the side panel pops out. Just like that. To stop the buttons working, there's this wonderful little dial here. And the fact that that won't go suggests to me that something isn't quite lined up. But that dial should just twist. So I'm going to figure that out later. Because something's obviously not quite lined up if that won't lock back in. Because it really should. So I've got a couple of things I need to do. I need to figure out what happened to the remaining screw. Need to work out what's up with the dial. Because I'm sure that's just a case of something not quite aligned. Ah. I wonder. And that felt like it went on quite easily. So I wonder if it's something on the other side. Oh, clobbering the camera, bad idea. Well, that is your Area-51. Completely dismantled, completely rebuilt again. And at that point, what we're going to do? What we're going to do? Is just going to roll this down. Going to roll it right down like that. And then, it is unfortunately that time of the night. It's even later than it normally would be. It's time I push this button. Because we've had an absolute blast tonight. We've had an absolute blast. You're half asleep. Half asleep's better than completely asleep. As always, if you're not on my Discord, you should be. And there is a handy link. And if you want to know when we're back again, There's a schedule for you as well. Why is that so delayed? There should have been a sound alert for that. I think I know why there was no sound alert for that.
Multi-kill.
There we go. There's that sound alert. That's what was missing. That's what was missing there. Geeky, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Rare. Right, enjoy that. I think I know where we're going to go tonight.
Oh.
I think I know exactly where we're going to go tonight. I think we're going to go and see Pirate Grey. We're going to go see what she's up to in Valorant. So stick around for the raid. If you don't get picked up with the raid, just refresh your tab. If you hear from Arena, Grey's one of the partners. Sorry, not partner, she's Hive. So you'll get your ARP from her as well. If you're not here from Arena, you'll love Grey. She's pretty cool. If you're not sure what ARP are, there's some information. But as always, massive thanks to everyone who's been here tonight. Everyone who's lurked, chatted, cheered bits, subscribed, gifted subs to others. You're all awesome people. We really do appreciate each and every single one of you. All those new followers as well. But all that's left for me to say now is thanks for hanging out. Stay safe. Stay in touch. Let's go and make some noise with Grey. And I will, as always, see you on the next one.
Oh,